Well, welcome back to the Garage Orlov Show, episode 433. It's 5:09 p.m. here in Grotuville, Texas. So it's time for another episode. And I might have to go downstairs to room 6 of the Gratu Orlov International Building of Trade to get some Advil for a horrific pain in my neck. Because I was looking down at this computer. It was on 2 magazine boxes, so I put a comic book box on top of that to elevate it. So I'm not looking down because I've been looking down too much at my cellular telephone, walkie-talkie. Let's see. The Graphic Man is going to be a guest tonight. And perhaps you. I'm texting him right now as we speak. Oh, wow. I may need to put I wonder if I was up even higher with that. How would that be? I may try that, actually. That might help my back. I'm going to put another box under this computer. But now it's going to be hard to reach the oh, God damn. I'll try this out. Because it's just too painful, man. Oh, look, some drawings I did many years ago. It's Cornelius and an alien. Oh, my back. Oh, it hurts. So let's see, there's one person watching. That's terrific. Oh, you know why? Because we're on against Donald Trump. I'm recording Donald Trump. I don't know why anyone would want to be watching this show if you're not recording Donald Trump. Let's see if he started yet.
Donald J. Trump of our history, of where we're at, in the assumption
watching
that
it.
America is
Watching for Donald
racist.
Trump.
And yet you can say there is some racists in this country. We are human. We are flawed.
There he is. Hold on, let me get the lights. The lights are too bright. Oh. Man, that light's not moving. What's going on? Horrible. Okay, Graphic Man is in the studio, it looks like.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
You can hear me good?
Yep.
Did I miss a couple minutes? You showing something really cool?
No, I was complaining about pain and I was adjusting the computer. I'm putting it up higher so I'm looking up, so I'm not looking down, because that seems to be one of the problems with my back. Maybe I could even do the show. Let's see. If I cleared some of this stuff putting it up higher, maybe I could even do it standing up, which might alleviate the pain. So hold on. Just trying to think of ways to do this, because looking down at the phone all the time, I think maybe one of the things that has created this neck problem. All right. So,
Did you take some good Advil today or ibuprofen?
not yet. I probably should, because I just ate, and I think you're supposed to eat that when you have that when you eat. Meyer Greenblatt says, "Hey, it's me. Drawings are great." Hi, Meyer. Howdy.
Well, that's why I asked if I missed anything, because he mentioned drawings. I didn't know if you were showing any drawings.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I when I move the box, it's just this thing. It's stuff
Oh,
I've
okay.
shown
Yeah.
before. I think I've
Yeah.
shown that before. I don't know where I found it from. It's just inappropriate drawings. So,
Well, I'm ecstatic today because I just received in the mail some Mylar
oh, cool.
for the Golden Age, just in time to put this little bad boy. I don't know if anyone could tell, Donald Duck is nude on this cover.
Wow, I see. Yeah, yeah.
And I know you like good ads. So this will take you back. 1955.
Oh,
Good
cool.
Good old Schwinn ad.
Yeah, I think I put my computer up too high where I can't manipulate the buttons. So let me adjust that. Or maybe I should just stand. I don't know what I should do. Let me figure this out. Yeah, that's cool. They say there's a shortage of Mylar. That's what I had heard.
Yeah, I got this from the evil Amazon overlords, but
What does it cost?
I want to say 25 or 30 or something like that.
I never thought about them for comic book supplies.
But this book was one of the I recently earned by working at the that little comic store.
Oh, okay.
And so I had to file away some books, and I get this great 1955. And I also got this nice Bonanza, the good photo covers.
Yeah.
I always like that. I don't have any Beware. You'd think I'd have these, but I don't. I got a nice old Beware. It's probably very good plus. I guess the kids these days would call that a 4.0.
You're right.
And I don't know how many of these you have, but in England, these were the reprints.
Right.
And they're black and white interior.
Yeah, I know where one of those is for sale at a antique store, but I think they want like $8 for it. I don't know what they go for.
Well, this would have been $10, but I earned it, and it's that I love the artwork of this time period. It's that Sal Buscema and Ernie Chan does the inking.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
So two really good artists, and it already comes with a very sizable bag and backing board because they're bigger. They're bigger than the average comic.
I'm trying new. Okay, I'm going to start. Maybe I'm going to try to start standing.
I'm doing that so they can see how much bigger it is. So
Oh, yeah.
it's a little bigger. Almost a magazine size, but not quite.
Yeah.
And I dig these because, that's art we didn't get to see here in America. It's just like a variant cover, really, when you think about it. But hey, that's cool. As you know, back in the 70s, we didn't know to call them variants. I don't think.
No, that we would just call them rip-offs. um, okay.
If you're in pain, I could. I don't know.
I'm fixing things where I won't be in as much pain, and then
Okay.
I'm planning to go get those Advil. But what I'm trying to do here is I'm realizing that maybe I should just start doing this show standing, and that will fix things. And so I just need to clear some floor space, and then I need to contact Mort Todd. He said week after next, and tomorrow will be the week after next. So here's a black light poster. The Jesus Christ Superstar. Look at those eyes. Just don't have a black light in here. Okay, so that goes there. Okay, so, all right. I've got a plan here.
What I was going to say earlier is if you're in pain, I could tell a few jokes while you run down and get some
Well,
pills.
that would be cool. And Meyer Greenblatt, do you or Dr. Silverage want to come on?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Because I'm paying 24. I've got actually paid for this shit. Now I don't have money for food, but I can have 10 people at a time on. We could make it like even like the Brady Bunch. I've never had more than that, like 4 or something on at a time though.
Yeah, with 10 people, we could play Pictionary.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I remember how that game is played though.
You draw something and we guess what it is.
Oh, okay. This is good because now standing, I can actually do work while I'm doing my show.
Yeah.
But, I probably need more light. Let me get the. Let's see. Does anyone want to come on? Let's see what people are saying there. How you doing, Meyer? Let's see the Hope we're from England I just showed. I'm great, Doc.
He missed it.
Oh, finding you and Dandy. Thanks, Meyer. G-Man. No, I missed it. Okay, let me give you full screen while I get some of those pain pills.
Well, Doctor, here it is. You see the 10p, I guess that's pence. Hulk and Nick Fury. And if you recall, the other night when you were on my channel, I think this would be Hulk number 210, where that Mongu guy is about to cut the Hulk's head off with an axe or something. So this would be a different cover. We could call it a variant. But in England, they reprinted these and they did them in black and white. So here's the Sal Buscema with Ernie Chan artwork. And I have to check if this is an image they made or one they kind of redrew. I don't recall that image, but it might be legit. And since I'm going to stall for time, they don't tell you too many pages of the story. They kind of drag it out. So you're treated to a Daredevil and Black Widow story. So this is how I guess, I don't really know for sure, but I think this is how people in England were able to stay up to date with all the Marvel characters. And then they had a Nick Fury story. And they put in a Captain Marvel story. So even though it's called Hulk and Nick Fury, it's a lot of people that kind of guest star on Nick Fury as well. So here's the Nick Fury story. And the back cover. I'm so used to highlighting comments, but this isn't my channel. So I went over and looked at them real quick. And for those of you a little late to the broadcast, I earned this by working at our local comic shop. Every other Thursday, I go over there and file some books for him away that he's recently priced. And if I see a good one that I like, I just pull it out. And here's a 1955 Disney Duck. I just put in Mylar, so it's a little shiny. I'm real happy because I got a whole bag of Mylars recently. These are Golden Age Mylar. And Donald Duck is completely nude for this shot. So, sorry about that. Showing you nude images. And I hear the Great Master coming back now.
Yeah, I haven't swallowed the Advil yet, bro.
Did you have any?
Yeah.
Good.
Am I that loud coming in?
No, I could just tell because I'm being ultra quiet.
Yeah.
In the chat, it looks like Basil Orloff has shown up.
Oh, okay. And we've got, yeah, Basil is ready to come on.
Oh, good.
I don't see him, though.
Yep.
Basil, I don't see your picture. Turn on your camera if you want to. Can you hear me?
I'm coming.
Oh, I think I see something. You must just not have a light.
Can you hear me?
It's here too. Let's see how 4 people look. Oh, cool.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, Meyer, I sent you an email recently. Didn't know if you want to do some more toys in a couple of weeks.
Oh, I'll have to check my email. I didn't see it. I'll let you know. Yeah.
Hey, you might be moving. I don't know.
Check.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll check it out.
As far as me,
Hey,
I never check my email, so it's better to text me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you, one time I sent Gratu a text message, and I knew he was awake, and I kept thinking, why isn't he responding? And I got to check in later, and I realized he was preoccupied at that precise moment that I was sending him a text. He was in the middle of a street rescuing a worm and picking the worm up and and putting the worm on the side of the grass. And I realized the level of importance that he has worms here, and getting back to Graphic Man is a little lower on the list.
Yeah, I care about worms.
Sure.
See, I even see I have Jesus on my Wheaties box.
Yeah, I dare you to show the other
Care
side.
about all forms of life.
Yeah, show us that other side.
No. No, I didn't make that box. It has a good and an evil side. I got it at a Comic-Con from some lunatic.
There's a certain German leader from the 1930s and 40s on the other side.
I don't endorse that. Okay, I'm trying to clear space so I can walk around. Basil, are you there? I almost see something there. Well, Basil, can you? Oh, that's cool. Looks like I have Loki horns.
Yeah.
But staring into that projector bulb is probably not the best thing for. Yeah, I think it's better for me to stand up because that's the whole thing. Is it's right here that's the problem. And I don't know if that's arthritis or if it's just from bending over. See, it sounds like what you're doing, graphic man, is painful. Filing comics is not fun, but when you're having to look up prices, and then when you get like, oh god damn, pardon my language, but you get a comic. Okay, it's Red Sonja #1, not the real Red Sonja #1, but the one from the early '80s with kind of the brown cover. It's like I don't know what that's worth. Probably not more than a few bucks. I guess he went away. I guess he. Well, try to come back on, Basil. Just you just got to enable your camera somehow. Anyway, so you look it up on. I just go to mycomicshop.com. You type Red Sonja #1, and every page has about maybe 50 listings, and then there's 8 pages. So that means that there's 400 Red Sonja #1s because there's ones with blank covers. And there's ones with, it's black and white, or it's yellow and not red, or it's just some stripper, posing as Red Sonja, or it's just like that has ruined, taken a lot of fun out of comic book collecting. I don't see, I don't know why anyone younger would get into comic book collecting. Hardly.
And it wouldn't be that bad if My Comic Shop would just make sure your search results were listed in chronological order, so that Red Sonja #1 from the 70s would show up first at the top of the page, and then all the continuing Red Sonjas would show up down the road.
True, but if you have one of these 40 different variant covers, you still are.
Yeah.
And it's even worse with like the Spider-Man books. And then they have these decimal point Spider-Man books that are like issue 20.7 or 20.1. And I don't know how many points there are between 20 and 21. And I don't even know how to conjure that up.
Well, you sound like you have the worst job. My guy, he just prices them and then puts them in a couple of boxes, and I have to dig out the boxes and figure out the alphabetical order of them. And I'm only there for a couple hours, and then I come home with about $30 worth of books.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find something here. Well, I have there are boxes under tables. There are boxes in the back room. They get pulled out, and some of these boxes haven't been gone through in 20 years. So like a box will be opened up and it's turned brown and covered in dust. And then you'll have a bunch of Alpha Flight that are basically worthless. That's a comic everyone thought was going to be super valuable in the future when it was coming out.
Yeah.
But nobody wants it, except actually some of the early issues are kind of valuable, I think. And then the one that was pulled out last time I was there was a good number of Moon Knight comics, which I guess are supposed to be valuable here soon, supposedly, when this TV show comes along. But I don't know if they've even started filming that. But everyone's speculating on that.
Well, let me ask Meyer. Meyer, do you have any Alpha Flight comics?
Yeah. I have, I think probably the first 20 or 25 issues or so.
Okay.
And when it first came out, I bought two #1s, and I sold one of my #1s in about 1992 for like $10 or something like that. So years and years.
I have an old photograph of me. I'm sitting at a desk drawing a picture, and behind me is this box, and it said on the box Alpha Flight. And I know I had a bunch, but I don't anymore. I must have just sold them on the cheap because the series never really meant anything to me. I know there's a small little crossover for the Fantastic Four continuity, but I didn't. I just never really cared for it. I know Byrne was supposed to be a really good artist, and I liked him on the X-Men, but I couldn't get into it. I sort of liked the characters. I didn't care.
Wasn't John
Yeah.
Byrne writing it?
Yeah, he was, I think.
Could
He-
be.
That's
he
the
was.
problem.
Yeah, I liked John Byrne at the time. I mean, I still like John Byrne. And I remember enjoying reading like the first 8 or 10 or so issues.
Yeah.
But to this day, I haven't reread any of that stuff. I bought it as it came out, and I haven't reread it.
Well, when you read X-Men through the first time, you get to issue number 140, I believe, and there they are. Alpha Flight shows up with the Guardian and the Snowbird, and I'm remembering these names. Yeah, and I thought this is really cool. I liked them as guest characters on the X-Men, but I didn't care for them on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember liking that Hulk annual with Sasquatch. Remember that? Was it annual 8 or 9? It's a Hulk annual. It has Sasquatch in it.
Yeah, I think I showed it just Wednesday.
Yeah, I remember liking that off the stand. I mean, I liked a lot of this stuff off the stand when I was a kid. Obviously, you know. Hey, there he is.
Hey, Basil.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
He's on. It looks like a strobe effect. You see every fifth image.
No, it was that way last week, and then you did something, and it started getting smoother. I don't remember what that thing was, but
You know, I bet
Anyway.
it's hot there. That
In Fresno?
is probably
yeah.
because it's like 110 years. It really is. It's like 110 there.
What's happening, guys?
It's like a normal
Hey.
day. Hey,
Yeah.
what's up, man?
I can hear you, but I've got some weird delay thing. I don't know. I've got like a double screen, and
All right.
Yeah, I was having weird trouble yesterday. When I went on StreamYard, it doubled me. I don't know what was going on with that. There's a guy on Big Brother this year. Did you guys see when I showed this guy that looked like he was drawn by John Byrne?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw.
Oh, okay, so I won't show it to you again. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's everyone that he draws looks exactly like that guy.
his hair was kind of like some Dairy Queen character.
Yeah. Well, that's what John Byrne does. That's what he did all those weird things to the Human Torch's hair. So
well, I think I got it figured out.
did you? I'm trying to figure out
Can you
my.
guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah.
great. What'd you do?
Okay. Oh, just burning up over here, man. I picked some cool comics today. I don't know. I mean, some of them were all right, but I'm just going to flip my phone around and show you guys real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
See if you guys can see it. Can you see that Dennis the Menace? Can you
I
see that
just see the
Dennis the
corner of
Menace?
it. Oh, the paperback? Yeah, I
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold
yeah, I
on.
got that like in 3rd grade or 2nd grade. I got a whole bunch of Dennis the Menace
And then
paperbacks.
I got Family Circle first one.
Yeah.
Found my glasses.
You see the Family
Family
Circle?
Circus? Yeah, I've never seen a Family Circus paperback.
Yeah. Yeah.
You wanna
I
make-
picked that
you wanna-
for a quarter.
You want to make him full screen for a second or two?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm
No
not
problem.
thinking. Hold on. So the
Can
Family
you guys
Circus.
see that all right?
Yeah.
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 Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's in pretty good shape. Not bad for being close to 6 years old. Picked up the Superman. I think it's 8, number 13.
Yeah, it's
Picked
John Byrne,
an
right?
old reprint Batman Detective. Yeah,
Okay.
I picked. I don't know what this is. I have no idea. I just picked it up. It was only a quarter.
Yeah, I remember that.
Figured that was. Yeah,
I never read
and
the
then
comic.
of course the Micronauts. I had. Go ahead.
Oh, I said I never read Crossfire, but I remember there's a really good cover that was drawn by Dave Stevens where he's finding Marilyn Monroe dead in bed or something like that.
Yeah,
But yeah, Micronauts is cool.
yeah, the Micronauts. I got 1, 2, and 3. The Superman. I'll probably end up sending you too. It's a Christmas special. You probably if you don't already have it with the giant turtle boy or something like that. And then
No, I
I
don't
got
have
a Kitty. Yeah, and then I have a Kitty Pride Wolverine #1. I don't know.
I remember that coming out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I picked up this Secret Origins of the Suicide Squad.
Right.
And then Tales of the Uncanny, Book 3, 1963 thing.
I enjoyed that. Yeah.
And then
That was
I enjoyed
fun, but it's not very valuable, but it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just picked all this up for like $3 at a yard sale. And
Yeah,
then
that's good.
Hawkman and Power Girl.
That's neat.
And they had a big old box of comics, but it was all just, stuff I didn't know. And I've watched you guys enough to know, what you guys consider to be, uber. So I just kind of shined away from it. I didn't know, nothing. He only wanted like 10 cents a comic, and they were all in good shape. I probably should have just bought the whole box, but what am I going to do with that? I would have just ended up packing it off and sending it to you guys. But I was on my bike, and I didn't want to go heaving around a big old box of comics.
Yeah.
Well, I really
It
like
was fun. That Family Circus is. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I like that Dennis the Menace and the Family Circus. That was
Yeah.
really. I liked all the others. I just really,
Yeah.
I really dig Dennis the Menace. And Gratu seems to think I have everything within
Yeah.
reach. So here's you have any of these, Gratu?
Yeah. They were at a Christian bookstore back in the 70s near me.
I've never seen those.
That's pretty cool.
I don't have all of those, but I have a couple. That's ridiculous.
Well, when you get to the last one, this last one, number 10, it's the creation story. And I was on a website, and the guy was talking about how this is a very rare book. This is back in 1990 that he's talking about it. And he goes, I can never find one where there's not a split in the spine.
Yeah.
And so I got to thinking, wait a minute, I've got that. I didn't think it was that rare. And sure enough, when I go look at my copy, there's a split. It's in between the staples. So it still holds together. And I guess I never noticed it as a kid. But there's a split in the spine. So number 10 apparently is pretty rare. I don't know. But
Yeah.
all the rest of them are white background.
At least they don't have a cover with him at the crucifixion. That would have
Yeah.
him
No,
discovering
number 10 is color.
Moses is pretty weird. But yeah, and then Archie had a series of Christian comics too.
Oh, yeah.
So
And that was good art. Those Archies, I think it was Al Hartley. Good artwork.
Yeah.
Really liked them.
Right. Is that Spire Comics or something? Or
yeah.
yeah.
it was the Cross and Switchblade. They had several like titles that they reprinted, right?
If in the time period, if your comic like a Hulk or a Spider-Man was 40 cents, the Dennis the Menace ones would be 49 cents, or the Archie Spire. They'd be about a dime more than the average. So
I have just a couple of those from that era, from the early 70s.
And then Jack Chick that did the little pamphlets.
Yeah.
Also
Yeah,
did regular size comic books.
I have
I didn't know that.
they had an adventure team called the Crusaders. They didn't wear costumes, but they went around to different. They were kind of like, I guess, like Indiana Jones or something. They were,
kind of a Christian mod squad feel type. Very enjoyable. They both guys were former Vietnam. That's their backstory,
Well, Jack Chick always had interesting artwork that pushed boundaries. Like in those little pamphlets, they pushed boundaries, kind of like Atlas Seaboard pushed boundaries. Because you'd buy an Atlas Seaboard comic in 1975, and they'd have damn and hell and curse words and things that you normally only saw in Warren Creepy and things like that. Mm-hmm. And then those little religious tracks, they'd be in an army barracks, and there'd be a centerfold on the wall behind them, and it's like you're seeing things that you don't normally see in comics, and it's a religious comic. But there's a guy on YouTube that's I guess he has books out published by Jack Chick Press, but he does. I probably should try to find it for you. His name is Father Schneblin. Have you heard of this guy?
No.
This guy.
It sounds like he would be against Jack, but go ahead.
Oh no, he's the same brand, but I think if I look up interview with the vampire, see, because what it is I wish I could remember, he was everything. He was a Mormon, he was a Catholic, he was a warlock. Then he became, then he got into the Church of Satan, and he got into. Then he was a Mason. He's like every single type of group that there is, good and bad. He was that for a while, but at some point, when he was into the satanic stuff, that he was given a choice: or will you be a vampire or will you be a werewolf? And he decided he'd be a vampire. And then some real tall giant guy came in, and he had to drink blood from his chest or something. But he's got all these interviews, and they go on. There's like many parts, so he tells his whole life story, and I think there's 6 or 7 parts. Here, I'll share the screen. It's very entertaining, but yeah, this is all this is something Jack Chick. But he's like, I guess now he's a Messianic Jew, and he's got a long white beard. Much longer. This is him old. This is in the old days, but now he's got a much longer beard. But this is what you need to find, because this will provide hours of entertainment.
Chosen by the living God.
Vampire 1 of 9.
Oh yeah, it goes, and this one's each one's like, so I guess it's like 9 hours of this.
Wow.
But it's a lot of fun. Yeah,
a lot of fun.
It's this whole life.
Where
Anton LaVey's old house, called the Black House, where the church was founded, is kind of in my neighborhood. It's the walking distance.
Huh.
Well, it doesn't exist anymore. The site of the house was razed, and it was leveled, and now there's like these like a condo there. So the entire space where the house used to be is now a condo, but it's somehow creepy because people pilgrimage there. People come to the city and go there just like they go to the Grateful Dead house. They go to the spot where the Black House used to be.
This is his homepage. He has almost 40,000 subscribers. But
well, maybe I should start interviewing vampires.
Yeah, well, that's in the old days. This is what he looks like now.
I've seen this guy. Yeah.
Hebraic feast, but also.
But anyway, yeah, he used to be a vampire.
Satanic feasts are coming together at this time.
Well, let's see if Trump's on yet.
Briefly, I would exhort you.
Oh, Bad Orange Man is going to be on today, Ratu?
Children.
I think might be on now. I'm taping it downstairs.
Children.
That's the only reason I'm on.
Be aware that we're coming up on times when these.
No, he's not on yet. Hold on, because I've got him on my phone. Right Side Broadcasting. Yeah, they're waiting for him to come on. but they may cut him off midstream, and I might have to go finish recording off a Rumble or something because he'll be saying things that aren't approved. Let's see, what are people talking about in the chat here?
Yeah, we're probably going to steal half of Trump's audience right here.
Yeah, we have 6 people watching. Oh my God, it really hurts my arm just to click on the people. Let's see. Here's when you first came on, Basil. You said I picked some comics today, and Dr. Silverage said, "Very cool indeed, cool." And then I really enjoyed doing your show the other night, G-Man. And
That was a great
Silverage says, "LOL." Hello, everyone, says Man Bear Pig. Hi, Man Bear Pig. I have the first alpha run. Okay, this is a while back. Did you guys enjoy Burns' She-Hulk? I like the artwork. It was a little bit, it seems like it pushed the cutesy third wall stuff a little too much. I've never read Deadpool, so I don't know if it's just as annoying.
Well, that's kind of what I wrote in the comment there.
Oh, okay. I like Burns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She in his books is self-aware, and she talks to the reader, and I prefer that they don't know we're looking at them. So that's just me.
Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense.
Let's face it, he can draw her and make her look extremely attractive. It's very good, but I would rather somebody come in and write for them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's certain artists that should not be writing their own books. Jack Kirby, Neil Adams, John Byrne. I mean, if you're an artist, sometimes they can do both, but usually not. So I've got to figure out a time to bring Mort Todd on. He said just about any time would be okay for him. He said week after next, which is tomorrow. We'll start the week after next. And I think there's potential for really important because, I mean, what do you guys know about Mort Todd?
Just from what you and Tom talk about.
Yeah, not much. Just from what I've learned.
So Mort Todd, as a teenager, have you ever seen those Back from the Grave records? There were like a whole bunch of volumes of it. They came out from Crypt Records, and they were old. Basil, you know what I'm talking about. They're 60s garage rock.
Yep.
And they came out, I guess, in the 80s, and he did the covers for those.
Okay.
And he basically worked in everything that we love. He's directed films, cartoons. He's worked for Marvel. He's worked for DC. He brought Cracked back from being a really crappy magazine into something that was kind of cool again for a few years in the late 80s. He has done animation, commercials. He's doing Charlton Neo now. And when he was doing Cracked and other projects that he was working on, when he was working at Marvel, he was doing these rock and roll comics. I think only a few of them got published with about different rock and roll stars. And I think he worked with Kiss on one, and not the Kiss from the 70s comic, but the one that was done, I guess, in the 90s. And he was doing an Elvis project, but something happened where that project got aborted. But it was the art was done by Gene Colan, or is it Colan? It's Colan, right? Tomb of Dracula guy, Daredevil.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there's artwork out there of him drawing the Elvis Presley life story, but it's never been published. But so what would happen is, and there's a whole lot more to his resume. I mean, I don't know if I'd want to get into this, but he like dated April March, who was this beautiful singer that I thought was great in the 90s that did that song Chick Habit. And I think she was an animator for John Kricfalusi. And he worked with John Kricfalusi on some big comic, I think Marvel put out called Comic Book, that was done like a treasury size. He's done a lot of stuff, and it's and he put out a monster magazine at the same time he was doing Cracked called Monsters Attack. For Marvel, he reprinted 50s Marvel monster stuff in like a comic called Curse of the Weird, and there was another one too.
I have those.
So that's the kind of thing he's done. It's his whole life, it seems, has been to preserve what we love. And so I don't want to just talk to him about Cracked. I mean, he's got a lot, there's a lot of angles to get at, but I've seen interviews with him. This is just annoying, probably, this stuff on top of my face. I don't know. It might look a little bit.
I think it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Is it? Well, okay.
Yeah, no big deal.
Well, he okay. So he was the editor-in-chief of Cracked and the different magazines. The artists would come in and bring him the art, and they'd sit down because he wasn't an asshole like most publishers. When you bring in your art, they'd sit down and talk with him for hours. And so I hear these interviews on YouTube where people will say, well, I'd sit down for hours and talk with Steve Ditko about movies and music. And then the interviewers say, that's cool. Okay, so what about Cracked? And it's like, wait a second. There's probably not anyone alive right now that's talked to Steve Ditko or John Severin for hours and hours and knows all about them. Captain Strangelove has corresponded and has tons of letters with Steve Ditko, but here's a guy that just sat down and had friendly conversations for hours. And so the natural next question I would have asked if I was that interviewer is like, well, what movies did you talk about and what music? Because I'm sick of, I've said this before, I'm probably just repeating. I'm sick of Steve Ditko just being portrayed as a fucking nut, and because he wasn't, and it's just the way that people always have to put people into a box when they're real private people. He's got to be a nut. It's because he's into Ayn Rand and stuff. So I really want to get a lot of this information, because I think it could really help Steve Ditko's reputation if he cares to talk about it. I mean, I can't force him to, but he seems like a really cool guy. And unfortunately, I don't have any Charlton Neo publications. And
if you tell people you don't want your picture taken, and that's what Ditko did, he didn't want to be shown. So that's why we only have like 2 or 3 images of the guy.
Yeah.
People think there's something wrong with you if you don't want your picture taken.
Yeah.
We're supposed to, have our camera and always want our picture taken these days, but so they can't handle that.
Well, I mean, how would he have gotten his picture taken? He did his art. He took it to the publisher. He hands it to them or mails it in. The only way you'd really become someone that has your picture taken is if you go to conventions and things. And I don't know why anyone would want to do that. That seems so, I don't know. But he had really firm political beliefs, and he didn't want to compromise them. So he'd rather get paid less from Charlton and just have them not question what he did. And no pun intended. So anyway,
give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It's a tough business being a artist and having the type of strong held beliefs that at least I have. I found it fairly difficult. Had to definitely step around a lot of minefields, just to get any kind of I don't know, to get some kind of entertainment recognition. It's I mean, at the core of things, as far as like the music business goes, it's they're really there's a lot of like free-minded people, but they're co-opted by the outer, realm of things, and so they'll be like totally cool with what you espouse, and I talked a lot of shit in our music. I didn't have any problem saying to hell with the commies or stuff like that, and so it just kind of, behind the scenes, everybody will treat you really good, but when it comes down to like, you starting to propagate and make some money or get bigger, then all of a sudden the throttle comes. The throttle will hit you very hard, and they'll try to pigeonhole you. They do everything, from, you're a racist to this and that. And it's really hard. It's really, really hard if you are not, delivering the message that, the message that they want to propagate, kind of Alice Cooper, Alice Cooper, we're all clones message. I don't know if you guys ever heard that song by Alice Cooper, but, they want that clone mentality, we're all one and all. And if you step outside of that realm, then it becomes hard. So, being a private man, whatever he espoused his own beliefs or whatever, and he probably didn't care to share with anybody. He just wanted to do his business. So that's what I would take out. It's really hard. I don't know how. I think the only reason why, my bands have escaped that, and they haven't, they I'll go on little threads here and there I just don't pay attention. But once in a while, somebody hit me up and say, yeah, there's a bunch of Antifa calling you guys Nazis or something. And I'll go look, and I'm like, so what? I don't really care. It's Antifa. You know what I mean? But it's really hard because, they drag you down. They drag your art down. They drag down your and you're none of the things that they try to pin you with, you're none of that, it's absolutely ridiculous, man. It is. And, I've suffered because I won't keep my mouth shut. You know what I mean? I won't keep my mouth shut. And I refuse to compromise anything to do with our band or the music. I wouldn't compromise it. If I wrote a song and it said, F the commies in it, then F the commies stayed in the song. I don't care. It's what I wrote. It's what I felt. It's part of my art. And if I wrote something else, that may have offended somebody else on some other brand of something, then, I kept it. I didn't care. And it's just really the days of punk rock. I mean, you want to go to punk rock. Let's see, like, Ratu, you have an idea of what's punk rock, right? And I have an idea of what's punk rock. I don't know if Meyer or Graphic Man, have listened to punk rock. To me, there's all kinds of different tiers of punk rock. Okay. And there's the Hollywood tier of punk rock. There's the real guttural punk rock, and there's the middle road punk rock or whatever, it's all punk rock. But it's really, really hard. How do you want to say it? And I'm not even trying to pick words. I'm just trying to get the thought right. Is in every art form, the art form becomes co-opted by a bunch of elitists, and those elitists then try to dictate what your art form is going to be. And I always said to hell with that, man, because punk rock is free. Punk rock was supposed to be free. It's supposed to make it's supposed to turn the hippie movement on its head, because it's even more crazier than the movement. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's just, I'm bad for people that have, had to suffer it, because I myself have suffered it, except I just wouldn't, I didn't stay quiet about it. I just kept saying F you,
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I just think that there could be a lot done to help posthumously Steve Ditko's reputation. And John Severin, I don't even know much about him. I know that he obviously has an affinity for the West and history, because he loves to draw war comics, and when he does, they're drawn very accurately. If he draws something about the Civil War, he has everything down correct. It's I know he's into that, and I just and then probably my favorite comics artist of all time, well, John Severin, and but his sister Marie Severin. I love her art. I think I may be the only person, although someone Fantagraphics or somebody put out a book about her, so I can't be the only one that but her art is just gorgeous, and to me, and because she had humor in her art, even when it was serious. And like the Hulk stuff you guys were showing the other night that Marie Severin drew, she did how many, you think? About a couple dozen?
That's awesome.
I have a John, slightly off subject. I have a John Severin question.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll ever get answered, but if you look at my channel, I do a video called Nightmares in Comics, and EC put out a story where a guy was having all these crazy nightmares. He gets told by the psychiatrist to ignore it, and his name, the character in the story's name, is John Severin. Now, this is about a year and a half before John came to work for EC, and I'm wanting to know. I'm sure all those artists back then, they all knew each other, and I want to know, did they do that to kind of kid John Severin? Did he like the idea that somebody made a character in a story where the guy ends up dying in a nightmare? I just kind of want to know that, and I'm sure Marie was already probably working there, and so the artist
probably they probably knew him from parties.
Yeah.
And he was an artist, and maybe he hadn't been published by them yet, but they knew of him.
So I don't know if your guest coming up, Mort, would know that answer, but that's my John Severin question. I'd love to get answered. I don't think I ever will.
Feel free to come on and ask.
I will be away from the computers for a few days.
Okay,
so.
I don't know what day I'm doing it. I'm still trying to decide. I'm kind of thinking Monday night, but I don't know if that would give him enough notice if I asked him tomorrow. Let's see what people are saying. Man Bear Pig says, Gratu, have you heard the upcoming? Did you hear what Eddie Gein, although it's really pronounced Gein, done? I have a copy ordered. Graphic GN means graphic novel. Sorry, I'm slow on the uptake. No, I didn't know that he did that someone's done a graphic novel about Ed Gein. I used to pronounce it Ed Gein, and then I was told with good confidence that it's pronounced Gein. Hey, G-Man, loved your Hulk show the other day. Totally agree with Basil. Yeah, I know when, I would draw stuff in high school, it's like, well, you must have taken a lot of drugs to do that, or it's just like they always assume that the creative spirit must have come with drugs because they don't have any ability to draw. Or they'll say, it's just there's always these assumptions made about people that can create things.
Sure. Yeah, I totally agree.
It's hard to be a creator, and it's hard to pull stuff from the ethosphere, even if it's music by number like punk rock is. I mean, I myself I started out way more talented but was always drawn to it, and it's hard to create and then be accepted. That's the hard part. I mean, it enters a whole nother level You know, it's one thing to be a hometown hero. And I have mass respect for those guys that, you know, can pack a bar and, you know, they pack it every weekend and they play somebody else's music. But I just never could do that. It does. It's a whole new aspect when you have people around the world, and it was the analog days when I started. You know, it wasn't today where you can just click on a computer and listen to, you know, all my music. Back then, people had to physically buy it, have the record shipped to them, you know, in Timbuktu, France, or wherever, and it's just a lot more camaraderie. It's the same thing with comic books. I see there's a bigger brotherhood and sisterhood, or bigger family, a tighter niche family with the guys that started early. You know, I wouldn't say I started early. There was much earlier than me, but you know, I was definitely in the early 90s and to the late and early 2000s. And I mean, it was still analog. Everything was still very much analog. Some of the later releases that we recorded digitally, which, you know, I wasn't happy with, but anyways, it does. It takes a lot. I mean, from an artist, and you guys are all artists by soul. I can see that. You guys, inside of you guys, I think that's why I'm drawn to this, you know, not only because, you know, you're, you know, I kind of know you guys through different people, but, you know, I'm drawn because inside of you guys is an artist, you know, and and you guys are keeping the old analog way alive. That's the beauty, is keeping the old way alive.
That's the new comics. I think one of the things that is so off-putting is just the look of them, just the way they're printed, and I think younger people can understand why we like these old comics that are printed with dots on this cheaper paper, but I just don't like the look of the interior of 95% of these comics coming out. Some of the covers are I have to admit, some of these covers are really cool. There was some comic out of, you know, I guess, you know, John Carter, the Edgar Rice Burroughs hero, is in public domain pretty much to a certain degree. So people put out these John Carter comics, and they always, with all this TNA, because the way he really wrote the books is basically all the Martians don't wear clothes. Although you can argue that someone in 1912, when they say naked, it doesn't mean completely naked, because they used to, you know, disparagingly talk about Native Americans and call them naked savages when they weren't completely naked. So the term naked, you can just imagine, okay, he's about as covered as Tarzan, and then he's got a little armor. But anyway, these comics, there's a cover that came out Wednesday, some Deja Thoris comic that was beautifully painted. Then you open it up and it's just garbage artwork inside. It really brings back memories of Gold Key, where beautiful cover looks like a pulp, and then you open it up and the art is adequate, but it's not what the cover promised you.
Yeah, I ran into a guy, he's about 25 years old, and he says, "Oh, you like those stories that have white borders and panels?" And
yeah, they don't have that. I noticed that now that it's like they start with a black template, and it's black to the edge.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like what we're seeing on the screen now, you know, like the black around Basil. This is what comics look like now, because they can do that now. But
to me, it's a waste of ink, you know.
Well, yeah, that's true. I don't know what. Yeah.
And then that guy went on to complain, "You like books that have a lot of words in it."
Oh yeah, because yeah, I was. Well, I saw this book. There was a new Suicide Squad, like a thick issue out, and it had Peacemaker front and center, because this will be the issue of Suicide Squad that'll be on the stand when the movie comes out. because it came out Wednesday, and that movie comes out August 6th. That's real soon. So they've got him in the center, and he looks very much like he does in the movie. And I flipped through the comic, and he's like on one page inside. And people are starting to ask about Peacemaker, and so I'm thinking, boy, I'm sure glad I got these older Peacemaker comics, because I think that's going to become huge when this movie comes out. This character, and but yeah, it's like one of the 2-page spreads. That's what I was thinking of in that Suicide Squad. There were 4 words on 2 pages. It's like that's just a waste of your time to.
Yeah, if you guys remember,
go ahead.
GI Joe, I think issue number 28. Oh, look, there he is.
Yeah.
Is the famous Snake Eyes issue where the character doesn't say a word in the entire story, and that's sort of interesting, but that's a rarity. That's one of those exceptions that proves the rule. We weren't supposed to have that every week. No.
I was just looking at a Sergeant Fury comic that John Severin did, where he did that for maybe 4 or 5 pages. But yeah, and Steranko would do that sometimes, and where he had the gun going in the holster as a metaphor for the James Bond shenanigans going on in the background in the bedroom. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's stupid. It's ridiculous.
Well, people have become people, and it's not their fault, Gratu. It's the classic case of the dumbing down of America. You know what I mean? And that's what it's come down to. So,
Yeah, I realize that.
Yeah.
But it isn't. But, when I was growing up in the 70s, I somehow sought out old radio shows from the 30s and 40s. And I was always seeking out things that weren't readily available to me in a time when it was much harder to do that. And now everything's available to you within 30 seconds. You can pull up unbelievable treasures from YouTube and the internet. And so I think now there's less excuse for not finding out about finding your niche in the historical spectrum of popular culture, because maybe the music today is not very good, but you should find some music that you like at some point. That's what
you gotta really, as far as in my genre of music, a lot of the old timer bands are still around. Hell, my band's still around to a certain degree. I mean, if something really big came, we would definitely, get back together and start rehearsing and go do it. But a lot of the other old timer bands are still around, and there are some really, really dynamite bands in France that are like super underground in my genre of punk rock. They're young kids, man, and they just really get it. They understand. And there's, I think almost everywhere it's like that. It's just I really pay attention to what's going on over there. And it's just like the comic book world. If you dig hard enough, like since I've started, hanging around in your guys' YouTube channel and stuff, I look around and I see that there's some new uptick comics that are not foolish, that are interesting. If I was a hardcore comic collector, I'd be buying them right now. I mean, I've seen them. There's that one guy. I can't remember. I think I sent you a link one time, Gratu, and I'm sure you guys are all aware of it. Who he is, but I was like, man, that guy's all about it. He's all about like being a OG comic guy. In his group of people, he gets it. It's like the rebellion. You got to remember, we're the rebellion now. Even though we're the most, you know, there's more of us than them, but they control everything else. So, you know, they make us seem like we're the rebellion, but actually we're the body, and they're just like a little pinprick out there, and they have this like you know, psychological warfare control grid on everything, you know. But I mean, dude, honestly, when you get really right down to it, the people that really want to buy really good comics, you can still find them. Just like if you really want to buy really good punk rock music, you can still find it. You just got to work. You got to look.
That's true. I remember being over at my friend Randy's house in the 90s, and then we'd put on tapes of bands, and it's like, wow, we really felt like we were some underground, we were in occupied France, and somehow we had found like, wow, this is great music and no one knows about it, and we have to kind of meet together in his record room to you know, the stuff that was coming out at the time. Like, oh, I don't know, I think we were watching this when the Digits and the Dwarves and stuff that was not on the radio, and so, you know, my friend Randy was a huge collector, or is a huge collector of 60s garage rock, and he just had a huge record collection, and just he just like taught me so much. But he was a big fan of the Cramps, and he knew all these people. He knew Lindsay Hutton, who ran the fan club in Scotland, and then he was shafted by the Cramps, and they just disbanded the fan club, and it's like he was doing all kinds of cool stuff. There's someone in some other country that wants to interview him about a band that he briefly had, and I'm going to have him come on maybe next week. My friend Randy, he says he'll just come on in here and do it in person with me so I need to clear out more room in here so I can actually have guests in here. But he had a band called the Uncalled For, and they must have put it out about 82 or something, and it was just 45, and it was 2 songs that were kind of like the Cramps, and one was about Ed Gein, by the way, Man Bear Pig, and but they put on the label 1977 because they knew that was the year they wanted. That was when punk rock broke, and so now there's someone in the last few years, we found this undiscovered punk rock record from 1977. It's like they thought they found this big jewel, and they were so pissed when they found out it was fake, that it was really from the early 80s. Because 77 is like that magical year, like 1966 is for 60s garage rock. You know, if you have that year, it's like, oh, it's golden. So it's funny. I ought to play that for you. I can't get a copyright strike because it's my friend's band, and not that I've ever gotten a copyright strike, but they flag you. You know, they give you shit about it.
Yeah. It's a trip. There's it going back to what you were talking about with the Steve Ditko thing. You know, being able to talk to somebody who talked to him, and you know, the memories they had about a conversation. I was fortunate enough one time when I was working down at the record shop, and I still do work down there now and then. We had a Frank Zappa night. And we had all the people that came in that did the Frank Zappa artwork, to all the different little gewgaws that go to make a rock star. And you know, the surviving people, a lot of those people are like really old hippies now, you know, really old weird people. But it was a big eye opener. I talked to this I guess she was absolutely one of the biggest groupies. She has her own books, and like all the old hippies I know who she was. And she's still alive. I can't remember her name right now. But anyway, she was there, and she was talking about how, you know, I'm going to get a little colored here, guys. You know, if anybody's got virgin ears out there. But she was talking about, she went over to hang out with Jimi Hendrix. and she was scared to bang Jimi Hendrix because she had never been with a black guy now, right? And she was all but she sat and talked to him for like 4 hours, and he was like a really, really super smart, nice guy. And so I asked her, you know, after she got done doing her spiel and her talk and everything, I said, hey, can I talk to you about, you know, Jimi Hendrix? Because, you know, you're like probably one of the only people I'm ever going to encounter that really hung out with Jimi Hendrix, that, you know, knows the whole spiel. So it was just amazing to hear from her the conversations that she had with Jimi Hendrix and who Jimi Hendrix really was. That's what blew my mind. I guess he was like a really, really smart fella. I mean, you know, I didn't never think he wasn't. I mean, he was, you know, absolute king monster, you know, guitar player. So, you know, there's intelligence there to begin with, but, you know, but
he was in
just
the
his
Army.
whole philosophy. Huh?
He was in the Army early on.
Yeah, he was 82nd Airborne like Meyer, right?
Yeah.
Meyer, weren't you 82nd? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So-
man. He was gung ho. He was gung
So
ho,
when I was
man.
there, when I was there in the 80s at Fort Bragg, his room has a plaque over the door. It used to. It was in the third. He was in, I think, third of the 325 Airborne Infantry, and his barracks room is famous. Like there's a little gold plaque over the door. It's still a barracks room, but like there's guys that used to live in Jimi Hendrix's old room. It's like a thing.
Wow,
That's
cool.
that's
He was
freaking
famous
awesome.
for playing guitar in the chow line. He would take his guitar with him to the field. Like he always had his guitar with him.
That's cool.
That's
Well,
the
yeah.
story
So
around the camp.
that Mort Todd went to the Ayn Rand estate and got the rights to do a comic book adaptation of Atlas Shrugged just for Steve Ditko, and because he thought Steve Ditko would love to do an adaptation, and then he thought, you know, if he does that, you know, I'm set. I can retire because this graphic novel will make money forever. And just like the book itself did, you'll have like a Classics Illustrated version of it. But Steve Ditko says, no, I don't want to be the person that puts down permanently how these characters are supposed to look. I'd rather let people keep that in their imagination. You know, it's the way an artist would answer, even though it's something he dearly loved. And so Mort Todd was disappointed with that. There's fascinating interviews on YouTube with Mort Todd, but hopefully
I'm looking forward to you asking him about the Monster magazine he made. I don't know hardly anything about that one.
yeah, it's called Monsters Attack, and he's put out, I think, 2 volumes where he reprints it, so you can get reprint books of it. But let me see if I can show you this video that my friend's band.
Yeah, check that out.
Sometimes these guys like to be asked questions about things that they're not that well known for. I'm sure everybody asks them about Cracked.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll yeah, because I don't know him. I'll be able to communicate with him with music, the you know, the other angles. He's into a lot of different aspects of pop culture, and yeah, I'll be able to. The guy that was talking to him before that I was watching on YouTube it was mainly about Cracked and humor magazines. That's what the 45 looks like. But this is this little video they did at like public access television.
Tickets now. The Suicide Squad. Theaters on HBO Max. These are your brothers and sisters for the next few days.
That's my friend there.
Man, that's early stuff right there. Even though that's 82, they sure got the 70s look. Classic kick bass player. That's classic, Raw too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's very inspired by the Cramps. And then the flip side was Cotton Fields. Oh, it's coming up next.
Oh, they did a video for that too?
Yeah. I hated those old VCRs that when it would do a soft tracking, it would tell you in big letters, video calibration. Like, gee, thanks for running my recording.
Well, thanks for sharing.
Better quality if you just click on, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but if you just click on, sounds a lot better this way.
Oh, yeah. I'd imagine that 45 is worth a few bucks now.
Yeah, there weren't many printed. I have a copy because he gave me one, but
yeah, I'd imagine that's probably at least in the $20 to $50 caliber range. I was going to tell you one day while you were flipping your records, man, I could help you out. You know, you're always all, I wonder if that's worth anything. And like, I've seen quite a bit of stuff in some of your videos where you were flipping. I was like, oh yeah, dude, there's some buckaroonies up in your record collection. So
Yeah, I just not really wanting to sell it, but when I say what is it worth, it
no, not at all.
For friends
No,
to
that's
know.
what I'm saying. But it's good to know. It's good to know what the value of something is too. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? There's, of course, that you guys are collectors, and I'm the guy that'll help you on the retail end of stuff. I collect also, but very little. For me, I don't care. I know that there are mounds of it out there.
Yeah.
There are, and it's in the most unbelievable places. And you guys, like you said, you guys are like, well, I am to a certain extent. We're like librarians, and what we do is we sort everything, and we keep it. And believe me, that's very important, because most of the time when you find this stuff, it is just like a friend of mine just bought a boxcar full of LPs. The boxcar had been sitting, or not a boxcar, a box trailer.
Oh.
The truck trailer had been sitting since 1981. So I mean, the stuff is out there. It's unbelievable. I mean, I couldn't, that was about a year ago, and he's still selling off of it. I mean, he bought the whole trailer for like $2,000. I mean, he made $2,000 in like 15 minutes off of it. You know what I mean? So it's like, I like the archaeological aspect of collecting. I like to bird dog it, find it, and kill it. I hate selling it. It's that's always the work part, but it's out there, man. You just got to grind. Yeah, there's more people looking
Basil?
for it. But
Basil,
yeah.
Is this worth anything?
Yeah, I mean,
This is more. This is
in
more
the
my
record
speed.
bins over at the store that we usually get like $2 to $5 for them. They sell too. You'd be amazed. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm probably the least, the most uncool of this foursome, because I appreciate you playing those two songs. I didn't understand what in the world was going on, but I'm more.
Dude, no, you're.
Well,
dude,
one was about
cool
one
on
was
a
about
different
grinding
level.
up your girlfriend
Oh, okay.
and putting her nose in a cup.
Oh.
It's Ed Gein, the Wisconsin killer that Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Psycho were based on to.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, going now that I know that, going into it, I'll probably understand it much more clearly now.
and Man Bear Pig was talking about there's some graphic novel or some comic coming out about Ed Gein. Yeah, because in the 80s, a lot of people I know and myself were into reading true crime stories and all of that stuff. But okay, so the website, the YouTube site, I Love Comics, that Eric Breen's on all the time.
Yeah.
The guy that founded that site, it was a big part of the Comicsgate movement. I'm just starting to learn because I'm putting all these pieces together. Apparently, I'm just laughing because of that apparently kid. You know what I'm talking about? I played it yesterday. You know what I'm talking about, Basil?
A little bit, yeah.
I'll play him here in a second. Anyway, they were talking about the best comics of the year. Usually they're talking about how everything sucks and they're destroying everything. And they do that auction on Saturday nights, which is actually about to probably start here in an hour or two.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the same guy, but they were doing a positive thing where they're talking about the best comics of the year. And I thought, oh, I got to listen to this because I want something to be good. I'm not happy that everything's shitty. I'd like there to be something good. And they started talking about a comic that I'd heard people talk about. And then I realized, and I look at it at the store and it looks pretty good. Except it was on its final issue. It's called Stray Dogs. You know about that?
I've heard it.
It's about some dog that's gets adopted by a family with a bunch of other dogs, and I think in the storyline, dogs don't have very good memories, but it smells things that remind him of its previous owner. And then it turns out that maybe the people that have adopted this dog are killers, or maybe killed his previous owners or something like that. And it's drawn really well. It looks like an animated, like a classic animated film. And it's like, I guess it was a 6-issue miniseries, and everybody's like going nuts trying to get the Free Comics Day Stray Dogs book that's coming out in a few weeks. But anyway, so that looked good. And then they talked about the Stargirl Spring Break special, which I had seen on the stands. I just figured it was shitty. And so I put that in the stack because the TV show is phenomenal. I just, it's great. I mean, when was the last time you saw like super villains in a down underground lair with it's with evil hooded Asian villains and stuff? It's like right out of an old movie serial. I thought it was wonderful.
Yeah, I would love to be in charge of a Fantastic Four movie, and I would make a Mole Man movie.
Yeah, I hope they don't blow it. I hope they don't blow it. But see, that's the thing that you were talking about, Basil, that there's more of us than there are of them. But the problem is they control the feature films and the TV shows. And when those are done badly, then that becomes in the popular consciousness what that property is. Fantastic Four could have been around since 1962 or 61. But you put out a shitty Fantastic Four movie, and everyone says, "Oh, that's that shitty thing. I saw that movie. That's shitty. I don't like that."
Yeah. That's their MO, dude. They have to wreck everything. You know that, Gratu. They have to wreck everything. You know, they have to wreck everything so they can build back what they want, so they can build back better. Right?
Well,
they have to wreck everything. They have to burn it to the ground, so they can build back what they want to build back.
Well, it's sort of like all the statues being taken down, you know, and all of this. And it's like, well, that's almost like what they're doing. Although most, you know, the comics adaptations are done a lot better today than they were when I was a kid, I have to admit. I mean, I love these barely animated Marvel superhero cartoons from 1966 and the Fantastic Four 1967 cartoon was a lot of fun, and the Spider-Man cartoon was a lot of fun. But, you know, everything was just really badly done in the 70s. The Hulk was a decent show. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't the Hulk. It was the Fugitive, you know, with a little bit of green spray paint and a cool strike wig. And but now what we're getting, it's like, it's unbelievable what we're seeing, but then they'll put in their little bits of politics, and it just, you know, I was really worried about Loki. I watched the first episode, and I didn't see all of this stuff that they said they're going to make a big point that he's gender fluid, and that wasn't there. Maybe later in the series it pops up, but I think they're going more from the actual Norse myths. You know, he could take on he would become a woman or some kind of animal or something and give birth. He could turn into anything. I don't know if that makes him gender fluid. Now they're saying that Mystique in the X-Men is gender fluid because she can turn into a man or whatever. It's like, well, I never really interpreted it that way. Let's see. Oh, we got
trip, man, you know.
But and then if you complain, you just seem like an asshole.
Yeah, well, they have to drag us down dungeon. That's what they have to do. That's part of their MO. That's, you know, the way it works. And our job is to not to deny them from dragging us into their dungeon. You know, that's the positive aspect of the things that we're doing here, you know, and then we have to realize that. We have to realize that, you know, we don't want to be in their London dungeon. to quote the Misfits, you know?
Yeah. And
Hey, Gratu, if you could show a few of those comments, I spell out
there's some more here.
I spell out a little bit of what I would do in this movie I talked about.
Okay, I'll read them. Let's see.
Why
Let
didn't
me
you
go
just
back.
tell us, graphic man?
Is it stuff you don't want to say out loud or something?
Oh no.
Let's see. That's too bad. Okay, so I think what happened wasn't that Right Side Broadcasting was shut down. My my DVD recorder, there's a record button. If you hit it once, it records throughout the whole disc. If you hit it twice, it'll record for 30 minutes. If you hit it 3 times, it'll record for 60 minutes, and then it shuts the machine off.
No.
And I think she accidentally hit the button twice, and it recorded for 30 minutes. Then all of a sudden, nothing would work because the recorder was turned off. And that's what. So apparently, so I'll just re-record it. It's not the end of the world. It's just one disc that doesn't have the whole Trump speech. So anyway, she says, "I give up," and you say, "That's too bad, Greta. YouTube has it in for Right Side."
Well, they do have it in for Right Side.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they actually aired it. That's shocking. I thought they would shut it off. The current Beta Ray Bill miniseries is good. Seems like I've heard that. They didn't turn him into a girl, did they? Be interesting. That would be interesting. FF movie G-Man. Dr. Silverade said, "I want to see Fantastic Four Galactus movie with the Galactus from the old comics." I think they will bring back Galactus. It's just the problem is they did the story halfway with that crummy.
Yeah, but he's kind of a white male looking character, and he's very powerful, and that
Galactus.
That doesn't jive too well these days. So
Well, the big bad
So here-
being
here's
introduced
my
now. Good.
this is where I'd have
You
the
would
whole
make
man.
buildings fall into the earth. The military would try and respond, but then you'd have the Human Torch fly down there and get captured, followed by the Thing going on a rampage. Then Reed devises a device while Sue Storm attacks with force fields. It would be intense with some Kirby crackle. Yeah, I've never seen any Kirby crackle in a movie. It
Yeah.
pops up in Loki, but just enough that they get fake acolytes, but can still take it out. It is literally blink and you miss it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'll be watching that. That may be something we watch later on this evening. But I forgot what I was talking about, but it's all right.
Right Side
what's I talking
Broadcasting.
about? I don't know.
Trump, Right Side, I think.
Oh no, something about Fantastic Four.
We were talking about Galactus. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, the big bad that they're introducing, which started in Fantastic Four and was in early Avengers, is Kang. Because Kang, you see a statue of him in the first Loki, and I guess it's anyway. So all this time travel, not time travel, but multi dimensions, and different versions of Spider-Man. All this stuff that's popping up now is going to be real big in the Doctor Strange movie and in the Spider-Man movie being made. And Kang is a descendant of Reed Richards, and he's being played by an African-American actor. So the question is, will Reed Richards be an African-American actor as well, since that's his Kang's ancestor? So, and then it's like, if you say, well, Reed Richards was never an African-American, then you seem like, well, you're a racist if you say that. It's like, no, but well, why do you care? It's just a comic strip character.
Yeah.
It could be anyone. Why can't anyone play him? Then they
I don't
just
even care
make
anymore.
into a racist and a fool for complaining just because you want things to look like they did in your comics when you were a kid. And that's
I agree, Meyer. That's why
at the beginning, when Heimdall was played by an African American man in the first Thor movie, if you said anything immediately, like you were a bigot. But
that's right.
me and my kids were like, that was kind of weird, wasn't it, that Heimdall was a black guy? And I was like, well, I mean, I don't know, I guess, but we're not supposed to notice it. but it doesn't
Well,
make sense. It never makes sense.
the problem is there is Norse mythology. It's the religion of the Vikings,
That's right.
and they were the whitest of white people. Why would they have gods that are a color that they don't even know exist? I don't know
Right.
if the Vikings had any interaction with that part of the world. Maybe they did, but
They might have had like an affirmative action, like an old world affirmative action where they would like bring people up. You know, maybe they were busting the Africans up to
I don't know.
Norway.
So what happened? Did Basil's phone die? Probably.
Yeah,
Could have been.
dropped.
But anyway,
Yeah, it's weird.
so oh my gosh, my neck hurts. Let's see what else people are saying. Dr. Silver Age says, also want a Hulk versus Thing showdown somewhere along. Yeah, they got to bring the Thing in. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it at all that much, to be honest. I've just seen the first episode.
I couldn't make it through the first episode. Honestly, I'm maybe halfway through and I paused and haven't gone back to it.
Well, the problem with me
all
is,
of the over-representation bothers me now, so I just won't watch it.
well, I fell asleep during the first episode because I was really tired. Then I had to rewatch it to watch the second episode, which I haven't gotten to yet. But the second time I watched it, I didn't have as much problem with it, although some of the cast, I don't know. I mean, they try to make it real cutesy with the mid-century old-timey look of the Time Authority.
See, I live in kind of a DC Earth X universe because in my mind, everything stopped in 1993 and Marvel and DC shut down. So all the stuff that you guys are talking about, I can keep up with. But to me, all this is happening on another Earth somewhere with the same names of different characters.
I'm even worse because to me, everything shut down about 83.
Yep.
And although I came back for big things that popped up that looked interesting that I was aware of.
I liked Secret Wars, but I can understand that's where you would stop. I get it.
Well, I never tried Secret Wars, so I can't really make a educated point about it. But
Well, I like what they did with the Claw, the guy that's Sound, the red guy.
Yeah.
I like how they handled him. I think Meyer understands what I'm talking about. When the way Dr. Doom kind of manipulated him into helping him, I thought that was pretty cool. But anyway,
yeah, I don't know. I just know that I don't know what it was about that time period. I think I was just distracted with other things.
You've mentioned how DC was doing the superpowers or whatever that was. So
Well, it seemed like that was like right about the same time, and they both had competing toy lines, and they were both designed to promote a toy line. I think they even sold the comics in toy stores with the toys. So that's what I thought was going on, and it just kind of I don't know. I didn't like the black costume on Spider-Man, so I'm just I don't know. I love Kingdom Come. When did Marvels come out? That was great. When Alex Ross first came along with Marvels, was that mid 80s?
I thought it was 94. What do you think, Meyer?
94.
Oh, was that late?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I love that. But, you know, I liked when people came along and did old style stuff.
Yeah, because I really shut down in 93. And so when Marvels was out, I was kind of shocked that something good would be allowed to be on the stands.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I agree, man, Bear.
Black Panther should still be T'Challa, even though the actor passed away. They need to just get another actor. I don't know what they're planning to do. He's going to make another appearance because he already recorded the dialogue for a What If episode before he passed away. So he'll be on What If whenever that finally comes along.
it's already bad enough what they did to Luke Cage. How could you give Luke Cage a TV show and it not have Luke Cage in it? You understand what I'm saying? Like, how could you have a Luke Cage TV show that doesn't star Power Man? It's instead just a bunch of people talking, and he's not really the real Luke Cage. He's kind of an emasculated Luke Cage. He's like, we got to keep him quiet. He's not like the same. It made no sense. The show needed to take place like in 1975. It needed to be a period superhero show.
It definitely needed to be part of that whole wave of movies like Shaft and Superfly.
The guy, he's not Luke Cage. He just isn't.
No.
He's not the same character.
No, I couldn't even watch that show. I watched a few episodes, and
I couldn't make it through either. It was
um,
boring.
yeah. I think of what, and then the Jessica Jones show was
Boring as well.
just
I was bored.
depressing. It's about an alcoholic, and it's like it's not really. I never read the comics, so but I mean, I watched probably more of that, and then I watched all of Daredevil. I don't think we ever got to the last season, but I was on board for Daredevil. I thought that was cool. The thing I didn't like about it was that to be cool, they had him always have a 5 o'clock shadow, like he hadn't shaven, and yet he's a lawyer going into court like that. And that's the part of his face that's exposed when he's Daredevil. So having that would make him very distinctive as Matt Murdock when he's wearing the suit.
Right.
Eric Breen's in the house. I hope we're not gonna. I don't know when the auction starts, but I don't want to overlap this and take away your audience. Not that we would. I like Jessica because we have 11 people watching. It's not like it's super popular. That's what my wife says. So after one season, I felt weary of going back for more psychological punishment. Oh, she must be talking about Jessica Jones. Yeah. And that is what these other this is Zombo talking. That is what these other shows feel like. WandaVision, I enjoyed.
Yeah, you just called it something.
Cap and Falcon, etc. Lots of talking, very limited use of powers, lack of understanding for characters and consequences. Yeah, there was supposed to be Doctor Strange in the final episode, and they wrote him out because they didn't want a man coming along and explaining things to her at the end. Someone's talking to me in private chat. Let's see. I enjoyed the Daredevil series immensely. Yeah, it was good. It was really good, and he's right now filming for the Spider-Man movie. So I guess he's going to be Peter Parker's lawyer in some way. We start at 9-ish. Okay, then we're okay. Let me see what private chat is saying. Who is this? Oh, it's Basil talking. I lost my audio, guys. I'm going to bail, but still watch. Cheers. Okay. That's what that is. And then...
I just told Eric to stay here. He's among friends.
Yeah, you can come on if you want. Let me post the link again so people don't have to. Anyone want to come on? I can have 10 people on. I paid $24 for it, so I might as well use it. Almost asked Basil if he wanted us to play like one of his songs, but it would have to be one that's appropriate. I imagine if he's the recording artist that I couldn't get a copyright problem because he's the guy that made the music, but who knows how YouTube thinks.
Hey, Meyer, I want to show you this real quick.
Yeah.
That looks... You'll never guess what this is.
Is that diecast?
It's
Is
a Switchblade jump drive.
Ooh, that's cool.
It's very slender, and my wife got it for me, but I've tried it, and when you put this in your computer, if you bump it just slightly, it kind of loses connection. So I don't really use it, but I don't know. I think I'll put it in a display case or something.
Yeah.
That looks cool. It's cool looking.
That's cool. So,
And Meyer, I got I'll be camping, but I'm gonna have I have a video already queued up. It's gonna release Wednesday night, like I usually I'm on, and I just show a few toys and stuff, and I do a little commercial from my local comic shop. But I mentioned you 3 times. I keep looking at the same train set, and I go, I think only Meyer would be interested in this. So I name drop you 3 times. So you'll see that Wednesday.
I'm looking forward to seeing it.
man, at one time I saw the little, like we were talking about, the little, like you have a 7-Eleven, Meyer, the little things that are made for train layouts, little buildings.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are made in Germany, and they're made as little kits that you assemble. And I saw one once that was like a spook house, like one of those little rides at a carnival where you get in a little car and it takes you through, and it was a little representation of one. I have to get a little work done before the auction, but I'll be listening until then. Cool.
Mhm.
So yeah, I never saw it again, but
That sounds cool. I've never seen anything like that before. I haven't
I
seen
guess
like
they
a
had all the
carnival.
different carnival rides, but they had that representation because every carnival in Germany has one of those, and then every little sleazy carnival in the U.S. has an imported German one. You know, most state fairs and carnivals that show up in parking lots have some where you get in a little cart and it goes through a little haunted house. So,
Gratu, I don't know if you watched the beginning of my last broadcast, but did you see the Hulk Super 8 movie I had? It's a little reel
yeah, I did.
film strip. Yeah, I didn't know if you had any of those. I only have the Hulk.
I'll show you what I've got because they're right here.
Dr. Silverage said he had one of the Avengers at one time.
Well, it's probably a Captain America or Iron Man one that shows the Avengers, but it might say the Avengers on the package.
We thought it was Avengers 6, where they fight the Masters of Evil.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was a Captain America or Iron Man cartoon that they labeled it as.
I think he's in the chat.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
here's
so you
the
got
Woody
some-
Woodpecker.
Oh, man.
Here, I guess I'll go full screen real quick. I think I've shown these before, but it doesn't matter.
Especially if you have Funny Animal. I'm very envious.
Well, here's Heckle and Jekyll.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Super.
Do they all on the
No
back say
sound
Ken
effects,
Film?
right?
Yeah.
Ken
They're silent.
Films.
Yeah, they're
They're silent, and it's
subtitled.
probably black and white.
Yeah.
This one has a preview after the attraction. Shit, I need to be careful. Looks like the cat's been chewing on that.
Uh-oh.
It's cool.
It's up high. I don't know how the cat could have reached it. Here's another one.
Did you have the Hulk? The Hulk I had.
No, I don't have the
The
Hulk.
art-
I have a couple of superhero ones, though. Here's a Spider-Man one with the origin of Spider-Man.
Very
Wow.
cool.
They would sell these in the back of Famous Monsters, right?
Yeah, and at places like Kmart, or photo stores.
Yeah.
Here's color, but no sound of Star Wars.
Wow. That's cool. I've never seen that before.
This is Night of the Blood Beast, but it's got artwork from Beast of Blood on it, which is a
Whoa.
different movie.
Well, thanks for showing. I'm glad I brought it up.
Yeah, they're
These are
just
great.
right here. And the spider, it must eat you to live.
Whoa.
This has a different back. End home movie doldrums.
Now, that one wasn't a comic. It was a real movie, right?
Oh, yeah, these are all real movies except for the Heckle and Jekyll and the Spider-Man.
Okay.
I was a teenage Frankenstein. This is one I got in an antique store. You can, this is available on YouTube. This Christmas special of Howdy Doody. Oh, Dr. Silverage is coming in. This is Christmas special of Howdy Doody.
There he is.
Oh, Dr. Silver.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey, what's up?
Been enjoying the chat.
Cool. They're asking me to show some Super 8 films here. This is a great cover.
Been enjoying the chat.
Rodan, the Flying Monster. They're asking me to show some Super 8 films here. This is a great cover.
Been enjoying the chat.
Rodan, the Flying Monster. There's a free film offer on the back. Okay, what else do I have here?
Have you ever shown these before?
Yeah, I showed them once about a month ago during. That's why they're here. I showed them in one of these long live streams.
Oh, okay.
This is.
You have a projector?
I have a projector that does well. My old family projector was 8mm. Then I got a Super 8 for Christmas at some point in the late 70s that I used. It doesn't work now. I think I have another projector I picked up at a estate sale. I'm not sure if it works. This one isn't a movie. It's a reel-to-reel, and it's commercials from Flush Gordon for the radio. And it's just Emperor Wang laughing hysterically and telling, basically like Ming does. Man, is that? No, there's more. This one, Squirm, is pretty horrifying because it's in black and white. And so in black and white, it's more scary. The scene where the worms crawl into the guy's face. Have you ever seen this movie?
I've seen a color version, but it was on Mystery Science Theater.
Oh, okay. Well, that scene, if you have no sound and it's in black and white, it's far more horrifying. It's
Yeah, it sounds it.
like watching World War II films or something. And then Planet of the Apes.
Oh, wow.
These are great.
And Battle for the Planet of the Apes.
Excellent.
I've never seen those ones.
Yeah, so that's what I've got. But I would say that if there's an Avengers film, that's got to be either Captain America or Iron Man.
I think it was an Iron Man.
Yeah, it had to be, because in Captain America and Iron Man cartoons, the Avengers appear, but
Right,
there never was an Avengers cartoon until I think the 90s.
right.
So,
Yeah. No, I think it might have been an Iron Man one.
yeah. So, you still have everything decked out with a Hulk, or is it back to normal?
No, I still got the Hulk stuff up. So I haven't had
Yeah.
a chance to take it down yet.
And by the way, Doctor, I wrote you an email earlier saying, hey, I haven't seen your video upload. Did you have a problem? Or editing?
I did see it. I emailed you back
okay.
probably about an hour or so ago. But I did have a little bit of a problem, but mostly it was just because Friday night I was so tired after work, I just went to bed. So I didn't get up till, 10 o'clock this morning. So try to get stuff done during the day. And then I finally come down here about, 2 o'clock or so to start working on that, finishing edited it. It's now posted. So,
Okay. I'm seeing your email now.
Okay. Their brain is watching the ball game. Let's see. Dr. Silverage is here, but you said Eric equals ARG. Don't get me started.
yeah, I'm a Red Sox fan.
Guys, it might have been Iron Man. Yeah. It was basically what we're just saying. I have that Spidey one. Sleazy Carnivals or Americana. I was so pissed when they managed to wipe out all the big circuses. Yeah. Hey, fellas, glad to finally catch a live stream. I like to watch dark rides. People film dark rides on YouTube, and they have a camera going while they go through these rides. And this morning I was playing all these different films I found on YouTube of the old Spelunker Cave at Six Flags, which were these little spy versus spy looking aliens that lived in a cave at Six Flags over Texas, and they they pulled them all out and replaced them with Looney Tune characters when Warner Brothers bought up all the Six Flags parks. And now there are rumors that they're going to bring back the original Spelunker Cave, but it was really cool, black light and exotica, Martin Denny kind of music, and real spooky ride where you'd float through on a little boat that turned around, and it was neat. I don't know if you saw that earlier or not. But,
I think I caught part of it this morning.
Yeah,
I think a bit of it this morning.
I agree. Carnivals and some of the artwork on the outside of those spook shows that show up at carnivals, there's all kinds. It's just like it's not that different from the Eerie Publications, real gory covers. You know, you'll see Bela Lugosi and all the different monsters drawn by these carny artists. Let's see if I can pull up some pictures. So, anyway, so what's everybody been up to?
Dr. Silverage has been catching up on his naps, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Pretty much. But I was doing that. I did that video, and of course I did your show on Wednesday there, and I had a ball. Just went to the comic store on Friday. Did some 50-cent diving in the bins there. So I pulled out, I think I got like 36 books. Just stuff, nothing, no gems, no fancy things, just stuff that I knew I needed to fill in various series that I collect and whatnot. So
were they silver, bronze, or
they were mostly late bronze, whatever comes after bronze, copper or whatever.
Copper, yeah.
When do you guys consider the Bronze Age to have ended? 85 or 80?
For me, I never really considered the Bronze Age part of the 80s. I always considered it the 70s.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
It goes into the 80s.
I almost think that it's real easy to make. For me, it's almost like the Bronze Age ended when the UPC codes started appearing on the covers.
Well, that was 76. I would
that might be a little too early. You're right.
Yeah, I would let it go to like 80, 81.
But that's true.
Because around 79, 80, 81, you started getting Micronauts and ROM and Battlestar Galactica, and things kind of had a sci-fi. I think Marvel got Star Trek, and so things kind of shifted over to a sci-fi feel, not really a Conan or Bronze horror.
Yeah, or more merchandising. They were all based on other properties. The Micronauts was a great comic, though.
Especially the first 13 issues, I thought.
I was just going to say the early issues I thought were good. I had the run on the early issues, but after that, I didn't enjoy it as much.
Yeah, I don't think I read it that far. I just know the early issues were good.
Yeah,
I know they brought back Baron Karza, and then they bring in this weird pink gorilla creature dude. I don't know what that was, but
that must have been after I left it.
Yeah.
When did the G.I. Joe comic start? Mid 80s?
I'm going to guess 82. Meyer would probably know better.
See,
I think Meyer's frozen.
Is he?
I think so.
He's moving.
There you go.
I never read the G.I. Joe comic. I saw a few episodes of the TV show and thought, well, this is pretty well done. But I was put off by G.I. Joe again because I to me, the G.I. Joes were these big figures, and then they started putting out these dinky little guys, and
Yeah.
were Star Wars size, and it just put me off. And
Well, it's probably because of Star Wars, right?
yeah, because that was, and also because of what happened with all the oil shortages in the 70s. Those plastic toys are made with oil, so you had to, it was too expensive, So yeah, they started making them tiny, and then it's easier to fit them into big vehicles. G.I. Joe, you've got to have a gigantic vehicle to make it the scale with the real G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't want to talk blasphemy because I know people love those figures and everything, and they're now several generations old, so now they have just as much validity, I guess, existing. But yeah, Marvel had TV commercials for those comics, and then today I think a G.I. Joe movie came out. Am I wrong? Or is it next week? Snake Eyes?
I
I don't know.
I have no idea.
See, no one even cares. They say it's a terrible movie.
I saw a guy
kinda-
do it. Go ahead, Doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say I kind of agree with you, Grotto, that for me the GI Joe thing was, the big ones. So I had no interest in the little ones in the 80s. I didn't pay attention to the cartoon at all. I don't think I've ever seen an episode of it. For me, GI Joe's was one thing, but.
Yeah. Well, the thing that was interesting about it is you couldn't do war cartoons at that time. And it was interesting how they got around that, because G.I. Joe parents were upset in the early 70s that their kids were playing with guns and army men. So they made G.I. Joe a bearded adventurer that goes around digging up mummies and things. They didn't want him to be a soldier anymore. I'm having a Joe Biden moment. What was I even talking about? So you have these
G.I. Joes versus the new G.I. Joe.
Joe Biden too much. The karma's coming back to me. And it's not because he's old. It's because he's always been evil and he's always been stupid. Yeah. What was Tales of G.I. Joe? Reprints?
I don't remember.
Okay, so
I'm done.
What was I even saying?
I think you were comparing the old G.I. Joes to the new
yeah.
G.I. Joes. That's what.
Oh,
what
they
we
made.
were-
Right. Oh, the cartoon. What they
Right.
did is they instead of firing guns, they were all lasers, and
Right.
apparently it was okay to shoot lasers, even though they probably do worse things to you than bullets would if they hit you. But as long as you're shooting lasers in the cartoons, it was okay. But they never fired an actual gun.
That's because they figured nobody could get lasers, but they figured they could get their hands on guns. Probably.
Right. Kids aren't going to find a laser gun in their
Right.
dad's dresser.
Yeah.
And they didn't have guns until
the hardware store, pick up a laser rifle.
Yeah, there were all these guns in the 60s and Johnny Quest, and they had lasers too, but in the Marvel Super, he's firing a gun right now, whatever. There was guns and all then they got rid of it. And in Super Friends, there was never any violence. No one ever got hit or punched. They'd break a rock apart, but they'd always talk about everything out. It seemed like no one ever got punched in Super Friends. There was no violence, but it wasn't.
No, and I that's why I was such a big fan of the Hanna-Barbera superhero cartoons and stuff back then. I mean, it was just I never, they blew up people or whatever, and it never made me want to go out and do something bad. To me, it was good triumphing over evil. That's
right.
In my world, that's what was supposed to happen. Good was supposed to beat evil.
You didn't want to put a rocket on your back and drop an anvil on a Roadrunner. You never wanted to do that, huh?
No. Never wanted to, after watching the Three Stooges, never wanted to take a saw to my brother's head. Never. None of that ever occurred to me.
It wasn't until the Batman the Animated Series in the 90s that they actually had guns fire in a cartoon.
That was such a good series too.
That was great.
That was such a good series.
And
I
I
remember
think that's
waiting for that.
I still think that's the best representation of Batman ever done.
I would probably agree with you. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I remember reading about it and that they were doing it, and it sounded great in the books that I was reading about it, the articles and everything. And then when it finally came on, I mean, it was appointment television for me. I had to make sure I was telling my wife. She goes, "What are you watching?" I go, "Oh, tonight's the first episode of the Batman the Animated Series." I loved it. I thought it was great. They had the Creeper in there too, which is one of my favorite characters. He did an episode. They even put Jonah Hex in one of the episodes.
Yeah.
You know, which is another favorite character of mine. But I love the animation. It was so smooth. I love the noir, type stuff that they did with it and everything. It was very, very well
They
done.
were doing their best to make it look like Fleischer. And it was just great. There was one episode with I forget what it was called, but it was just great. And where Batman wakes up and his parents had never been killed, and either Catwoman is his girlfriend or he's married or engaged to her, I don't remember, and she's never been a criminal, and it's like everything's going perfect in his life. And then he awakens, and this is all a delusion put into his brain by the Mad Hatter, and I think he just goes ape shit on him. But it was so poignant. It was such a great episode. I haven't seen it since the 90s, and it still really gets you. It was really
They did a lot of great episodes. It was a great story they did with Mr. Freeze. It was very poignant and everything.
So I can see now in the same animation style and some of the same people, unfortunately, involved. They're making these really dirty Batman cartoons. Well, it was not that it was that dirty, but there was an animated movie, Harley Quinn one, done in that 90s style where Nightwing is tied up and Harley Quinn just rapes him. And it's in that 90s style. And it's like, and then she's in the Batmobile and farting. And it's just like, well, what is the point of putting this in there? And
this is something they did recently?
Last few years, and in one of these direct-to-video DVD Blu-rays, and then on the direct DC Direct streaming service, they had a Harley Quinn TV series animated that was completely perverse, and it had Batman in it and all the characters, but it was like basically a dirty R-rated cartoon with just dirty jokes.
Sounds like they let Kevin Smith touch it or something, because I think he destroys everything when he touches.
What is the current controversy with He-Man? Because that's another thing that was after my time.
Okay, well, think about it. Do you think they're going to allow a man to be the focus of everything? And
that's what I'm hearing is that it, She-Ra or some other characters?
Well, there was that lady, Meyer knows the name. I keep forgetting the name. Tila, yeah. It's all about her. So the He-Man thing, he gets zapped out or something, and then it's all about her. So it's bait and switch, basically.
Okay. Well, I remember going in KB Toys or Toys by Roy or something and seeing these figures and thinking, these are pretty well done. Conan ripoffs, and because Conan had been out in the theater, and I thought, well, these are actually pretty well sculpted. I remember thinking that, and I never dreamed they would become this huge marketing phenomenon that still people are crazy about today. But they look pretty good. I mean, for their time. But see, I never bought any. I think I've got one figure that I got at a garage sale that has like a fake jaw, like Iron Jaw in the Atlas comics. But I guess I was just in the mid 80s. I was in college and I was just buying up toy lines. And I guess there's some Spawn show coming out, or something's going on with Spawn that's getting people excited about Spawn.
Yeah, I thought they were doing another animated series of Spawn or something.
That might be what it is. Yeah. So I keep finding early issues of Spawn in perfect condition and putting them out, and it's like those didn't have any value. That first issue of Spawn, I think they printed millions of it. It shouldn't have any value, but I guess enough people have hoarded it that people think it has value, but they don't realize that people have boxes and boxes. I think Comic Crypt of Castle Hills was showing he had boxes of issues.
Yeah, I saw that video. Yeah. I mean, I there's very few issues of books where I buy set duplicates on purpose. Whether I remember that I have them and then buy them anyway, but I never saw, unless it was something specifically I knew I was going to flip, which I didn't do a whole lot of. I never bought a whole lot of duplicates of stuff. And then I saw Mike's thing, and he's got 20, 30 issues of the same thing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I would have never had the money to do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm like, no, with that money, I could have bought, a month's worth of other comics, but I understand why he did it. And he probably will make out all right with it too.
Kevin Smith is someone that I imagine if I met him, I could get along with him. And same thing with, what's his face? I could never, Pulp Fiction.
Yeah,
Tarantino, I could probably get along with them, but they're both kind of obnoxious blowhards, and I don't know. I mean, I could probably get along with them and talk about movies and comics and things, but
I would say that you could call them posers in a way, because they kind of capitalized on our thing and pretended that it was their thing, but it really wasn't their thing, as long as it's been our thing, right?
Maybe, but I think Kevin Smith's always been a comic. He strikes me as someone that grew up with comics. Or do you think what?
And he owns a comic store, doesn't he? In New Jersey or something.
It's just a lot of comic people. Until I discovered that there were other people on YouTube that are interesting, that are into comics. I just thought everyone else into comics were just these obnoxious people that I see in the comic stores and at the conventions. I just thought, oh shit, what if it's just like I thought when I was a kid, and my older brother that I looked up to on Saturday nights, his friend would come over, his high school friend, and we had one of the only television sets because we lived on an army base in Germany, and a lot of people didn't even know you could get an American station from some Air Force base, I don't know where, but my dad put up an antenna, and so we had this one Armed Forces station, and they showed Star Trek. It was probably about 7 or 8 every Saturday, and this is about 1970 or so, and it's like they're watching it. They're these older guys that I look up to, and then I finally actually sit down and watch Star Trek for the first time when it comes out in San Antonio in 1973. And the first episode I see is Devil in the Dark. And then right about that same time, it starts as a cartoon. And I think this is the greatest thing in the world. And I'm buying up the world of Star Trek and the Tribbles, all those James Blish books where each episode is about 6 pages. And I think this is the cool thing to be into, and that I actually see people that are into Star Trek, and I'm going, oh my God. I'm one of them. I don't know. They're not all that way, but it's like the smells of a convention, and then you realize I'm one of these people. And then I think, well, maybe I'm really more of a monster movie guy, and then I'll go to a horror movie convention, and it's like, well, these should be my people, but they're covered in these tattoos and pentagrams and satanic shit, and some of them look kind of cool, but except for but they're just into the slasher stuff for the most part, and And I like the old Universal monster stuff. And it's like, so I never was able to fit in anywhere until, you know, I realized, oh, there's people that like that specific era that I like out there. When I see, you know, I get on YouTube and I see the Captain Strange Lives and Silver Age Dave and all these just really nice people that are out there that aren't like Tarantino. He's like that guy that runs the comic store that has to tell you his opinion. And that's what he was. He was a guy that worked in a video store that spouted off everything, yes, about each movie, you know, and then he got his chance to make movies by just putting together collages of every movie he'd ever seen, and this scene and this music, and then it's just like the way they do hip hop music, where they combine and sample, and I don't know. But I enjoy the movies. But see, I complain about them pontificating, and then that's what I'm doing. Someone liked my reply, yes. I don't even know what that means. It says, YouTube, someone liked your reply, yes. That's how I don't like typing. It's like someone will type a long letter to me on under a YouTube video, and I'll say, yeah, or sure. Because I don't
a few words
well with this tiny print. So I guess it seems like I'm an asshole. But someone liked that I said yes to something. They said, what it was. Anyway, I need to shut up because I'm talking too much. Are you guys looking forward to the Suicide Squad, or do you think it's just going to be crappy?
Not at all. I don't even know it's coming out. I wasn't even aware of it that much.
Gratu, you're the only one I know that even talks about it. I just don't hang out with.
I don't hang out with anybody.
I am interested to see it.
You are?
I am interested to see it. And I'll tell you the reason why is Peacemaker.
Yeah.
I love the character. I've always loved the character Peacemaker from the 60s with Charlton Comics. Always loved that character. And I'm not a John Cena fan. And as a wrestling fan, I'm not a big John Cena fan at all. But you know what? I'm going to give him a shot at this because he looks good in the outfit. The outfit looks good right from the comics, which, okay, that's a plus for me, you know. So I'm anxious to watch that. There are a couple other characters I want to see. I can tell you who I could care less about, and that's Harlequin. I've never been a Harlequin fan. Don't see what the big deal is about her other than, oh, she's supposed to dress sexy. Okay, it's a character. You know, it's like, can you grow up a little bit? You know?
Yeah.
I didn't like the character in the comics. I don't think I own a comic book with her in it unless it's like some kind of cameo. I just don't find the character interesting at all.
Well, I thought she was good in the animated series. That's what she was created for.
When she was first introduced, she was not what they've made her now.
Oh yeah. She had a particular outfit, and
absolutely, it was a different character.
Yeah, because and she spun off of the first terrible Suicide Squad movie with that terrible Joker with the tattoos on his face. So she's always associated or tainted with that. The actress is fine. But it's that Birds of Prey movie was a train wreck. But that's not necessarily her fault either. I don't like how they dress her.
I don't have any Harley Quinn. To me, this is sexy.
Yeah. Well,
I just don't look for sexiness in my comics. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I want to see superhero action. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Well, I lucked into buying the Batman comic where she first appeared, the animated series comic, Batman Adventures or whatever. So that's worth a lot of money now.
Yeah, number 12 or something like that.
But she exists for the same reason Aunt Harriet existed in the 66 Batman, because Frederick Wortham in Seduction of the Innocent talked to, he would talk to kids, mostly juvenile delinquents or kids in homes, and he would ask them, about comics, and some would say they learned how to commit crimes from comics or how to draw maps of places they're casing. And then he would talk to some kids that were gay, and he'd say, would you trade places with Bruce Wayne or Dick Grayson? And they'd say, well, sure. And so, well, then obviously this is a gay fantasy. And then he'd talk about Wonder Woman and the bondage. And of course, that you can't deny that was true, because the creator of Wonder Woman was into bondage and was that kind of kink was, well, he's a very kinky guy.
But to me, I never knew any of that with Wonder Woman, so that was never a factor,
right? I wasn't
in that character for me, you know. So I don't think of Wonder Woman as, oh, she's a freaking sexy bondage. I don't think that never even enters into me. I think of her as a strong female superhero.
Right.
That's all I think of her as.
But I think if we'd been reading those comics in the 1940s where that bondage was in like almost every other page, you'd think, well, gee, people get tied up a lot in this. And usually it's the girl that gets tied up, but here it's the guy who's tied up, and he's a blonde guy, you know, because usually it's the girl that's blonde and getting tied up. And then so you've got a blonde Steve Trevor, who's blonde in the original comics, and he's always tied up, and it was just, there was this weird, it was meant to be there, but yeah, most kids didn't pick up on it. No. And the Batman and Robin thing was ridiculous. Yeah. But so in '66, they put in Aunt Harriet to explain, okay, then there's nothing going on because Dick Grayson's aunt is there. But then why didn't the aunt just raise him instead of some total stranger? But anyway, I don't know, do courts really give custody of kids to bachelors that are billionaire playboys? I don't know. But then, so the reason Harley Quinn exists is that Arkham Asylum graphic novel was came out about 88 or something. Eric Breen would know the exact date, I'm sure. But I remember it came out on Thanksgiving Day, and it was such a big deal that Lone Star Comics was open on Thanksgiving Day, where you could go in before you ate your turkey and buy Arkham Asylum. It was supposed to be the next big thing. And so I remember buying that.
Cash in.
And it, I'm talking while I'm reading these comments. And then it has the Joker in a wedding gown, and he's about to, marry Batman. It's so they go into this whole psychological theory that the reason he hates Batman is that he loves Batman, that he's got a crush on Batman. So they put that shit in there, and they'd already done that with The Dark Knight, where they made Catwoman an ex-prostitute and all that. And that wasn't meant to be, canon to the comic, but DC went ahead and made it part of their continuity. And so when they did the Batman cartoon, just to make Joker not, to get rid of that, they gave him a girlfriend, and that's how they created Harley Quinn. And so she exists so that Joker doesn't seem like he's got in love with Batman. But
it's funny because I never, ever once did that thought ever enter my mind.
No, but if you're a warped person, then you come up with all these thoughts. And but anyway, that's why Harley Quinn was created. And so I guess I'm just too simple-minded, because I just kept things simple, because I just like the good and the bad. Right. The good versus evil, and good is supposed to triumph. And that was that's as far as I take it. I don't look for anything beyond that. I just like the stories. I like the art. I like the characters for the most part. But when I hear that stuff like that, it's like, man, I don't get where that comes into play, where people come up with that stuff. It's just so foreign to me. He's saying the problem is that the movie continuity is superseding the comics continuity. Yeah, that's pretty true. I mean, people, yeah, that's true. And, but so I don't know modern wrestling. I don't know anything about John Cena. Is he just an idiot? What is he?
Oh no, in wrestling. He was the ultra good guy, But
Okay.
it got to be. It's one of those situations where he's too much of a good guy, type of thing, And personally, I didn't like the way he did his promos. He got to the point where he would make fun of your opponent rather than trying to just say why you didn't like him, type of thing. It was a lot of inside jokes, a lot of what they call shooting, that type of stuff. And I'm not a fan of that style of promo. And he did a lot of it, and so I really didn't care for him.
Well, I mean, basically,
and he only had 5 moves, 5 moves of doom.
Well, wrestlers are today are actors, and they're just reading scripts. So that's more whoever's hiring him to read whatever script that week. So I don't know that I would dislike him as an actor. Really, they're actor stuntmen, really.
But you could tell when what the writers write and what they throw in, because there's stuff that they would throw in that wouldn't have been said. And if you're a long time into it, you can tell the difference.
Okay.
And he would there was a few guys like that would do that, and I did not like that style. And I didn't, just overall, he wasn't that. To me, he wasn't that charismatic a person, a wrestler,
Yeah.
Chinese
Also,
very well. I was surprised how well he speaks Chinese.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing. That's when I decided maybe I don't like this guy because he apologized to the Chinese and he spoke perfect Mandarin. So it's like, because he was so scared when he was apologizing. Just like, please, please, please forgive me. I didn't mean, it's just like groveling on his knees. And you realize how much the entertainment industry is owned by the CCP, and really almost every branch of our government, right up to the Oval Office, is owned by them. And we've been taken over, and we owe them billions. But for years, they've been talking about how they've been loaning us all these billions of dollars. And now, this is how it all,
I too am a wrestling fan, and I think the best way to describe it is a lot of fans have John Cena fatigue. We are tired of him, and I can't stand his whatever that dumb commercial is, Hyperion, where he has to run around sitting on this purple cow or something. He's just a cornball, and like Silver Age said, he only had a few moves. It never really got any better, and he kind of comes on the scene when the average fan was more interested in the bad guy than the good guy, and all they ever had him do was be a good guy. Now, had he put on a mask and they built him up as the Scorpion, Silver Age will know what I'm talking about. And then about a month later, it'd be revealed who he was, and he's going to be a bad guy from that point on. I think he'd be fantastic, but that will never happen because.
Oh, this is the type of mask he would have worn.
Yeah.
What's the wrestler that played Drax the Destroyer?
Dave Bautista.
Right. Now, what do you guys think of him as a wrestler?
I thought he was okay. I never had a problem with him. I enjoyed what he did. I think the reason he gets such a bad rap now is because they brought him back out of the blue to take a main event spot. And he, it was hard for people to get behind him to do that because he hadn't been wrestling around in a while,
Okay.
So for his credit, he did go into a cage with the MMA type stuff, and he's actually won real fights. So he has my respect, like a Brock Lesnar. But anyway.
Well, Man Bear Pig says he stopped following wrestling around the time Mick Foley left. Here's my experience with wrestling. I knew about as a kid. I knew about Gorgeous George. My mom would always talk about Gorgeous George, and he was like the wrestling Liberace, and I knew about the Crusher from the '60s song, and I would see clips. But in the '70s, growing up around here in Texas, they always had local wrestling on Saturday night, and it was what were those
Von Erichs?
The Von Erichs, yeah. They just died one after the other. The dad
they came along in the '80s. Yeah,
Nazi villain Fritz von Erich, and he had all these sons that were the idols of every teenage girl with the feathered hair, and they all just kept dying one after the other. And I remember that, but there was Saturday Night Live on the other channel. And but when I was teaching in the late '90s, all my students were into the WWF. It was the WWF until the problem with the World Wildlife Fund or whatever. And so I thought I gotta, they're just talking nonstop. In order to help them with their writing, maybe I'll watch this, see what it is. And I tuned in one night, and I wish I could find that particular episode. I'd never seen anything like it. The fight starts in the ring, and then it leaves the ring, and then the cameramen follow them into the bathroom, and they're smashing sinks and tearing the restroom apart. I never seen anywhere. Go into the restroom and back out. It was, and then I really started getting taken in by the personalities. It was Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, and yeah, that what was Mick Foley's name? Mankind.
Yeah.
And they'd be rolling around on glass. And my other impression of wrestling was the '70s growing up. I'd see these magazines where everyone's drenched in blood. Yes. And I never saw anything like that on television. I don't know. But
at some point, Vince McMahon got tired of the blood, and he said, "Guys, don't do that anymore."
There was all kinds of, with the onset of hepatitis and stuff like that.
Yeah. Because it was real. It wasn't fake blood. And when those guys started aging and they started losing their hair, they had all these little scars all over, because what they did is they had little blades, and they get them in a headlock, and they pick a tiny cut. They didn't even hurt them, just a tiny cut. And
that's all you need.
Get cut around your face, you bleed like a pig.
Most of the times they would cut themselves. They did not trust the other wrestlers to cut them, but most of the time they would cut themselves. They tape it to their finger, or they'd keep it inside their mouth, or they would keep it in their trunks, and they would just take it out and do it like that.
So you know more than me, but then. So I kind of really got, like, I was talking to Graphic Man earlier. You called, and there was a wrestling clock in the kitchen, and it goes off, and a certain hour to say, "Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?" You're in the kitchen cooking, or it'll.
That's funny.
But one of them is like, I don't know it's one of the villains. I don't know if he's Kane or the Undertaker. It's like you're in the kitchen and you'll hear, "My creatures of the night will feast upon the flesh of your corpse." And I don't know who he is, but some guy red costume. Anyway, but I think it's not that he's a wrestler. It's that I have a lot of confidence in. It's going. What the fuck is his name? Sorry about the language.
Cena?
No, the director of Guardians of the Galaxy. James Gunn. James Gunn is one of us. We can argue about Kevin Smith and everything. James Gunn, I saw that movie Super before he ever made Guardians of the Galaxy. You watch that, and that guy knows comics. He's got references to Fletcher Henderson, and it's this guy in a comic store, and he decides to become this hero, and this girl wants to be his assistant, and it's real bloody and funny and screwed up. It's called Super. I swear it's great. And
check that out.
It's unbelievably great. And then his other movies that I saw were really good. And then he made Guardians of the Galaxy. And I thought, this guy understands a comic book movie. And he gets this wrestler there who, and he's a wrestler. In a movie directed by Zack Snyder, he's terrible. But in a movie directed by James Gunn, he's funny as hell because James Gunn brings that out of him. He's not that he's a stupid guy. He's just like a good director can make anyone brilliant. They know how to do it. And so Drax is funny as hell in the Guardians movies. And I don't know anything about John Cena enough to hate him. I didn't like that apology. No, I hated that apology to the Chinese government. But I think, if you want a guy that has the physique of the way they draw these superheroes in these comics, like these Rob Liefeld idiots that draw these ridiculous torsos, you get a wrestler. And if someone has seen the rushes and has enough confidence in that they've already greenlit and shot a complete season of a TV series, that tells me. And what I've seen in these trailers, some of the jokes are really stupid with something about a butthole and stuff. But I think that's appealing to the idiot mass.
Yeah.
I think that I've got really good feelings about this movie with Starro, the first villain of the Justice League, is the villain.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yep.
Yeah, I heard that.
And I don't know. I've always liked that character, the Peacemaker, and everything. So.
Yep. That's why I say I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm looking forward to it. And I knew they had already done the series that they're gonna put on. I think it's gonna be on HBO Max, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you know who Grace Randolph is? It sounds like something that was on Star Trek or something, but it's not. That's Grace Lee Whitney, and wasn't there someone named Randolph and Star? There's a lady on YouTube named Grace Randolph, and I guess she's pretty, but she has the world's most annoying accent. And she's someone that's been in the comic book industry, and she reviews movies. And she was like, when the trailer came out for Suicide Squad, she was just, that costume for this character, for John Cena's character, is so terrible with the bright colors. It's an accurate adaptation of the comic book, which is funny as hell. It's when you adapt, don't change the costumes, just put them exactly like they were in the comic book. And that's why millions of people loved the Batman TV show for a couple of years before it started to sink, because they had the balls just put it out exactly like a 1957 Batman comic. It was. These people say, well, they're making fun of Batman. No, that's exactly the way the 50s Batman comics were, almost exactly. It was a literal translation. And
Silver Age TV.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I'm hoping it's great. It could still be shitty, but he's never been shitty. And the only thing I hate about James Gunn is that he's a liberal, and he was like knocking people that were into Trump. And so these people that were into Trump said, oh, okay, let's go back in your Twitter. And they went back far enough in his Twitter to where he had thousands of jokes about pedophilia, and they were not funny, and they were really sick. And it's like, then Disney says, oh, okay, we're going to fire you from Guardians of the Galaxy. So he went off and did Suicide Squad. Then Disney said, well, enough time's passed. Let's hire him again, because no one else is going to be able to do this story about Warlock, and no one else knows how to do this. Let's bring it back for him. And he says, well, I was just, punk rocker, and I was just saying shocking things. I'm hoping it's because most of Hollywood is into that shit, and he was making fun of them because he was around these people in Hollywood, and these were jokes he was making with his friends. But still, it's just too much. It's not like a couple of jokes like Howard Stern might make. It was every single one of his. It just made him seem really creepy. But I'd seen him talk for hours on Facebook with his girlfriend, his little dog, and he seems like a really nice guy. And he's not pretentious like Quentin Tarantino or Kevin Smith. He just seemed like a nice guy that's really into comic books. And so I'm kind of wanting to forgive him for those tweets, but it still makes me leery. It's like right before the X-Men Days of Future Past came out, which I loved that movie.
Yeah,
but
that was a good one.
Huh? The director.
That was a good one, yeah.
Yeah, the director, it turned out, was involved in some horrible shenanigans of his own. That and that's I'm thinking, oh no, this is going to destroy this movie before it even comes out. And I was really looking forward to it. But anyway, that got swept under the rug because it probably happens with every one of these directors. It just he got caught. It's like Nixon got caught. It's like every other president does worse things. He's just the guy that they wanted to go after. So I'm hoping it's good. I'm not going and buying Peacemaker comics to speculate, or I'm just trying to beat the people.
That's the good thing. I don't even have to worry because I got them all.
Yeah. Well, I don't have like the original appearance in the Fightin' Five, or do you?
Yeah.
You probably have all that because it was worthless until, and it probably still kind of is. I picked up Peacemaker #2 Charlton for $7.
Yeah.
A couple of months ago, but I think that who knows, it may just bomb, but I'm hoping it'll be good.
I hope not, because like I said, I really want to see that character, and I'm really hoping it takes off. And the first Suicide movie, I was on the fence with it.
It's terrible. I was on the fence. My wife, I watched my wife and some other people, and people kind of like it when they don't know the characters. Like you watched Fantastic Four with some people who never read the comic, and there's enough of the comic there that they might kind of like it. It's like that's why the movie made money. But if you've read the comic, the Jack Kirby Stan Lee comic, you say this is shitty, and they say no, it's kind of okay. No, it's terrible. You don't realize how good it could have been and what they're missing. And I said, really, the best Fantastic Four, I always say it was the Incredibles, because they understood what they were doing. That they were trying to do the Fantastic Four, they just couldn't call it that. But anyway, I'm hoping it's good, and I may just look like a total fool when it comes out. But I'm trusting James Gunn. I'm sure that a lot of the jokes will fall flat and just be stupid, but that happened in Guardians of the Galaxy. There was still enough of it that people that have seen it say there's a lot of real heart in this, like there was in Guardians of the Galaxy. Because I think pretty much the whole cast gets killed off. Not to spoil, I don't know that, but I have a feeling that pretty much there's going to be.
I know a couple of them that I know die in it. I wasn't aware if all of them die, but I know there's a couple of them that are specifically there because they're just fodder.
John Cena will still be there, and Margot Robbie will still be there, and maybe, but I think it's going to be a bloodbath. That's what I'm saying. But anyway.
Hey, I'd like to squeeze in one little wrestling tidbit for Dr. Silver Age, and I think Eric Breen just might still be with us. If I take you back to 1991 or 1990, around Desert Storm, and the great Sergeant Slaughter decides that his character is going to defect to the Iraqi people and Saddam Hussein. And so he comes down with the big Iraqi flag into the ring, and all the fans are booing. And he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is Veterans Day in Iraq. Please stand for the national anthem of the Iraqi people." And I just thought, this is the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. And for a split second, you weren't mad at him that, he's a traitor and all that, because you knew it was just this big thing. But it was just
acting.
Who came up with that idea? It was so brilliant. So anyway, that's all.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, when they do that, I think Fritz von Erich did that kind of thing too.
Texas, you guys down there had some great wrestling.
I think Fritz von Erich had like swastika flags and stuff, didn't he?
Well, yeah, his gimmick was he was a German. Yeah.
It's just
Him and he had I don't know if he was actually related to him, but there was a Waldo von Erich as well that wrestled up here in the Northeast, and he did the whole Nazi German gimmick and everything like that. And they did somehow connect the two. I don't know. I can't remember whether they were actually blood relatives or whether they were just, one took the name of the other type of thing.
See, that kind of gets in your blood, and it makes you guys are making me think: is it worth watching anything now? What is wrestling like now?
No, you need to go back to the 70s and 80s. Meyer was getting ready to say something, buddy.
Oh, sorry. Good.
Meyer, were you getting ready to say something?
I was just saying that I still watch the old stuff on YouTube. I subscribe to a couple channels that run like entire Madison Square Garden episodes from like 1982, which is my favorite stuff. And then also I like the old West Coast stuff too.
Yeah.
And also the East Coast, you know.
Yeah.
What I liked as a little kid was roller derby.
I do too.
When I was
Love
like
roller
5,
derby.
I watch it on
Love
YouTube as well.
roller derby.
yeah, that was when.
Yeah,
when
we had we had a channel out here that ran roller derby like every Friday or Saturday night, and we had our own team called the Bay Bombers, and then LA was called the Thunderbirds, the T-Birds.
The
And
T-Birds.
it was like a serious thing. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was big time. The T-Birds. They had a T-Bird in Philadelphia. They also had the T-Birds. I don't think we had one locally up here in the Northeast. But I liked. I don't know if any of you will remember. There was a team of Renegades, Riley's Renegades, and they weren't. They were just supposedly the baddest of the bad, and they all just come together, and they would. Oh my gosh, it was like pro wrestling on wheels. It was great. I between it used to be wrestling, and then the next hour was roller derby around here on Sunday afternoons. I really loved roller derby.
Yeah. So I don't know what else there is to look forward to as far as movies go. I mean, I think the new Doctor Strange movie, whenever that comes out, will be. I've always loved Doctor Strange, and
that's the one I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. There's all these TV shows on. I can't even keep track of all of them. Is Invincible? I've never read the comic. Is that a cartoon?
Yeah, it's an animated.
I don't know.
Is it good?
It's on Prime. I watched the first episode and I haven't gone back to it. But my oldest son, he's read the comics, he loves the show and stands by it. But he's 28 and he's grown up, in a different time than us. But he likes the show.
There's another show with this live action called Jupiter Ascending.
Oh, Jupiter's Legacy.
Okay, how is that?
I enjoyed it, and now I only have 1 or 2 of the comics, so I wasn't really aware of the comics themselves and the stories in the comics, so I couldn't tell you if it varies from it or not. But I enjoyed the series. I thought it was very well done. It gave you some superhero action, plus it gave you some subplots,
Okay, and then there's the League of what is it? The League of
Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Well, no, that's the one about.
I thought that's what you were trying to say.
No, there's some other league, or maybe it's not League. It's something that's like an X-Men type show. It has a monkey character.
Doom Patrol?
No, Umbrella Academy.
Oh, yeah. I'm not familiar with that.
League. We saw the first season, but there's a second season out. You guys don't know anything about that?
I watched the first couple episodes and lost track, and then canceled Netflix. So
okay. Then have you guys watched the Doom Patrol?
No.
I've caught some of the first series. The first series of it. I just can't get past the Robot Man. I don't like their version of Robot Man. I think they ought to be able to, do it. At least do it like the Tin Man in the Wizard of Oz. At least his mouth would move.
Yeah, that's that's one of my problems. Is his jaw doesn't move, and it definitely moves in the comic.
Yeah, I mean that's. I think you would think in today's day and age they could come up with some kind of prosthetic that would work.
Right. Right.
But the rest of it seemed fine.
Yeah, I think we watched either the first or second. I think maybe we watched. I don't know whether there 2 seasons, and then there was a 3rd season we haven't watched. I can't remember, but whatever it was, we went through a whole season or two. And then a friend was over and we start watching the first episode of season either 2 or 3. And within the first few seconds, there's like 2 guys having sex, like 2 strong men in a circus, like, and then all this other perverted stuff. And this friend of ours was visiting, look over at us like, what are you putting on? And it's like, oh, then we just haven't gotten back to it. But sometimes you have to get through this perversion in these shows that otherwise are really pretty fun and interesting. But they have to throw in this perverse stuff just because they're on a streaming channel to justify it.
I don't get why they need to throw stuff like that in. I mean, what purpose does that serve to the plot? You know, I don't get it, but whatever.
They made Negative Man a gay character because, from what I understand, the actor that's playing him is gay. So they had to go into all this detail and show, all that. When, you could have just as easily not even talked about whether he's heterosexual or homosexual, and he'd just be a fine character. Because he has the coolest outfit, he's like the Invisible Man. It's like, but oh well. So then the Titans TV show is about to start its 3rd season, and they showed in the trailer the Joker killing one of the Robins, which is out of the comic, and it's following the storyline pretty closely. But any of you see the Titans show?
No.
I've seen some of them, some of the first season. I really tuned in because I had heard that Hawk and Dove were part of it, and I love those 2 characters,
right.
And so I wanted to see them in live action, and they did a great job with it. I thought,
right?
I really was impressed.
I like the Titans show. It's just with just a little bit of tidying up, they could have made it a show that kids could watch too.
Yeah. I was going to say I'm not a real big fan of Robin cussing out every Batman and whatnot or whatever. It's like, really, do you really have to have that gratuitousness in there?
That and Robin or Dick Grayson taking a guy's face and running it through broken side window of a car.
I don't have a problem with that.
or the second Robin grabbing policemen and breaking their backs over his knee, and then the next season he's just a nice boyfriend, kind of a bad boy boyfriend. It's just like, oh, you're a nice guy now because Tiger Beat says, he's a good guy. I don't know how much of it follows the storyline of the comics, but as far as the killing of different Robins and stuff. But we enjoyed the Titans. The new season starts in about a week. But there's so many different movies and TV shows that I can't even keep track of them, and a lot of them are based on comics I've never even heard of. I might have heard of that Jupiter. What now was it?
Jupiter's Legacy.
Jupiter's Legacy. I just never really aware of that. And
basically, Jupiter's Legacy is his children. That's what it is. The main character is Jupiter there, and his kid. It talks about his kids, and they have one is estranged from him, and the other one is trying to live up to his legend. And I enjoyed it. I thought it was very well done.
Well, I want there to be cool superhero shows. I just don't want things to burn out. And I hate it when they put things in that don't need to be there.
No, I totally agree. To me, it's a very simple concept. It's superheroes. I want superhero action. Superheroes fight bad guys. I don't need to know, what goes on in their bedroom.
Right, right.
I don't. It has no bearing on my story.
Well, Hawk and Dove has some pretty explicit scenes as far as that goes. And then there was a Swamp Thing show too, and we watched a couple episodes, and I liked that, but I don't know why we didn't finish it. And that had some great special effects.
Which show was that?
Swamp Thing.
Oh yeah, that was a while back. Yeah.
Yeah, that was after that was what they started with Titans, then they did Swamp Thing, then they did Doom.
But it only lasted. They cut it short, didn't they? They didn't.
Yeah,
even do a
they
full
can't.
season
That's
with
right.
the
The network said, yeah, they canceled, and then they
Yeah.
weren't able to do the last couple episodes. Yeah,
yeah,
I
which
don't know
didn't
why
make
they
sense.
didn't have
to me.
confidence in it.
Yeah.
And then, but the one of the best has been Stargirl, and
Yeah,
that one,
I like because of their treatment of the JSA,
and there's no political agenda that I could see. There's
which
no,
is rare for a WB show.
Well, it wasn't actually a WB show. It was made for that DC streaming channel, so which makes it remarkable that there's no cursing and no extreme violence. And then the second season, it's WB, and the second
Right.
season's about to start. So hopefully it won't, or CW or whatever they call it now.
Yeah,
I think, hopefully they won't screw it up. But I thought it was really good.
like I said, I liked it because of their treatment of the JSA characters.
Right.
You know, they didn't try to belittle them or anything like that. And I guess they're bringing in Green Lantern,
Yeah.
which will be cool. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
And the villains were portrayed wonderfully, because it's just I'd never seen anything like that outside of a movie serial.
They don't give enough time to Solomon Grundy though.
Yeah, but he was that. Yeah, probably because they don't want to spend too much time on CGI.
Exactly. But he's the one I want to see.
Yeah, it's just a great show. It all started to me with Tales from the Crypt, the HBO show.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Because they adapted pretty much all the horror stories, but EC didn't, the gore is accurate. That's how it was in the comics, but adding all the cursing and the sex just because it's on HBO and you can do it wasn't, first of all, I would have set all the stories in the 50s with 50s cars and because that's part of the EC charm. And I wouldn't have put, I mean, I guess you could argue the cursing was there, that they disguised it with all in comic books, they have how they do cursing in comics.
Yeah.
But the sex shouldn't have been there. And there were some episodes where it was real extreme. And it's a property that they were also selling to kids as a Saturday morning cartoon. And they're making young adult little novels of Tales from the Crypt. And they were selling action figures of the Crypt Keeper. And they shouldn't have done that. But I'll probably have the same argument with Pete, because this new Suicide Squad movie is supposed to be a bloodbath, like a complete bloodbath, so. And that's what the character of the Peacemaker, it's supposed to be just the nonstop heads exploding and yeah. So I don't know.
Now you liked that show, but what did you think of Creep Show, the movie there?
Well, Creep Show didn't have, that I remember, the nudity. Might have had language. It tried to look like a comic book. It was
Right.
I remember seeing that, and but it didn't have the problem with it. It didn't have quite the cleverness of story writing that the EC stories had. Stephen King wasn't able to pull off the Al Feldstein, William Gaines kind of twist endings that just really, like, holy shit, I didn't see that coming. It was just like they were just kind of like revenge stories, or someone didn't like bugs and were mean to people, so bugs can grow inside them and come out. It's like it's not like the twisted way that those stories were constructed in the original comics that I'll never forget, the twists in those. It just didn't have quite this. Stephen King is, I guess, a great writer and everything, but he can't really match those guys in the 50s. I don't think. I'm trying to think of some of the twist endings in some of those EC comics that were just so incredibly nuts. Like this guy that was in prison, and there are all these dogs protecting the warden, and then he shows up in the night to kill the warden. It's like, how did you get past the dogs? And you see him when he comes into the light, and he's cut all the flesh off his chest and abdomen and fed it to the dogs in order to get in there to kill the warden. It's just shit like that. That is, I don't know what they were thinking. It was great. And the science fiction comics were even better in their twist. There was a story in EC where some comet comes close to the Earth and sterilizes the whole population. Except, I think, what was it? It was like, it's set maybe for kids that hadn't been born yet or something like that. So these kids were born and they were still able to have children, but they were going to be No, it was, I can't remember. Oh, I guess everyone was sterilized. That must have been it. Is that the story? Is that Haunted
No,
Fear?
I'm just
This was in Weird Science or Weird Fantasy. Yeah, those are great. So anyway, the youngest guy. Oh, that's what it was. It was the young. I haven't read the story since the 70s. This the youngest guy, the last person born. He's going to be as he goes through school. When he finishes elementary school, they have a big ceremony. They close the school because there aren't going to be any more humans born. And then high school, they close the high school. So he studies to be a scientist, and he comes up with a way to master time travel or something. It's kind of like this movie that's on. There's some new movie on with the guy that plays Star-Lord, where they go back in time.
Oh, the Tomorrow War. Yeah.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense. I haven't seen the movie yet. How do you go back and get people from the past to fight in a war in the future? Because if they get killed, then they're never going to have children, and you're going to mess up the future. But I'm sure they explained it in the movie, so they have to. But anyway, so he's going to go back to the past and get a man, some men and women, and bring them into the future so that mankind can go on. And he opens up a portal, and they say, well, we're going to set this up in times. What is the big Grand Central Station, the biggest, where everybody in New York, where there's going to be thousands of people, and we'll definitely get some men or women to come through the portal accidentally. Yeah. And it's just, they're getting nothing but, I don't remember if they're getting nothing but women or nothing but men.
Nothing but men. Yeah.
Nothing but men. And it's like, what's going on? And I think he goes back through and he goes, holy shit. The only time we could do the portal, we could only do it once, and it's the entrance to the men's room.
Yeah.
So mankind, it's like these guys come up with these ideas. They're brilliant. And it's like, I remember writing that story for my English teacher in 6th grade, and she thought I wrote it, and it's like, these ideas are so cool. A lot of them they stole from other places, like pulps they read or old radio shows that they listened to, but they had brilliant minds, and that artwork was so great. So, so I'm looking forward to, I don't know if you know about this, Dr. Silveridge, but I'm going to hopefully get a chance the next few days to talk to Mort Todd, the guy that does Charlton Neo.
Yeah, I heard you mention that a couple of times. I'm interested to hear what you talked to him about. You're going to talk to him about Steve Ditko. I'm really interested in that.
And all these other people that he's known. He's known all the greats, and he's pretty much our age. He's done all this stuff. It's like he's
sounds like it's going to be real interesting.
Yeah, it should be. I watched these interviews with him. In one interview, he's got this cocktail, and he says, well, this is what John Severin introduced me to, this kind of whiskey. And so apparently John Severin was a pretty hard drinker. And then this other interview I saw with Mort Todd, he says, excuse me, because he's had some hurt tooth and his cheek was all swollen up, but he did the interview anyway. So it's interesting if you look him up on YouTube. And these are all those reprints from, when did those come out? The 80s on the card stock, or are those the comic versions? I could make this bigger, I guess. Let me blow you up here.
These are those reprints.
Oh, those are the comic size ones. I thought the first ones you were showing were those cardboard cover ones.
Oh, no.
That were bigger size. They were like the size of a magazine. Yeah. I can't believe I didn't pick up every one of those that came out, but I figured, well, I had the Russ Cochran giant hardcover sets, so why? But now I think, well, these were out on the newsstand for hardly anything. I should have been picking them up too. Yeah.
Yeah, I picked a lot of these up in quarter bins back in the early 90s.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if the value's gone up on them or not, or if they're still. And the first ones I read were the reprints done by I don't know what underground comic publisher, I forget, reprinted about half a dozen of them in the early 70s. Yeah, Panic. Do you have any original EC, Graphic Man?
No, all reprint.
I've just got really a few. They're so much fun. Oh, and also Don Martin. I mean, he brought Don Martin over from Mad to Correct, so he'd be able to talk about Don Martin. And Don Martin's always been one of my idols. Oh, I haven't been paying attention to all the chat. Let me go back and read some of that. Hold on. What is the size of that combat poster you sent me? I need to get a frame for it.
A simple 11 by 17 frame will fit it.
Oh, cool. So like a lobby card size.
Yeah.
11 by 17.
Any Walmart will have 11 by 17. So.
Right. Well, let's see what people are saying. Man, Bear, Pig. I think I read all this. Let's see. Eric Breen said Vince wouldn't let Cena turn heel even though he begged to because of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He figured those kids wouldn't be able to separate the fiction from reality.
Yeah, that's true.
Mankind, Cactus Jack, Dude Love. He was great.
Dude Love.
So explain to me what Eric's saying there. What happened with John Cena?
John Cena had always been a good guy, a babyface, right? And he was big into the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and so he felt like one of the theories is that Vince didn't want him. Vince McMahon, the owner of the WWE, did not want Cena to ever turn and become a heel because he felt it would not do well with that charity.
Okay.
How are the kids going to get behind, a heel? You know what I mean? So, and at that time, they were very, very big into doing charities. They still do quite a bit today, but at this time, they were very, very big partnership with the Make-A-Wish Foundation for several years. So they felt it was too risky a move, or that's the theory anyway.
Oh yeah, the Lead Paint's pointing out. Yeah, there's a lot of bare ass shots in Titans. But when they introduced this Superboy and Crypto was great. And but yeah, they do like to show They like to show the backside of Superboy without any clothes on. They did that several times. But that guy does look like he could grow up to be Superman. I think he's supposed to be like a clone, right? Is the current Superboy?
Yeah, is that what's his name, Connor or something?
Yeah, there's an episode where they introduce Superboy. He goes back to Smallville. It's great. I'm not trying to ruin the show for anybody, but yeah, keep watching Titans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. There's a lot of stuff they really do really right in that show. GM has a library at his fingertips. Yeah, it's amazing. It's like Felix the cat. You can just pull anything out of those boxes in front of you. It's explained in the movie. I'm sorry, what I'm losing track. What's explained in the movie? I don't know. I have to go back and read this later. They're getting ready to publish EC Archives in paperback starting this fall. Huh. Okay. And same as hardcover versions, but a cheaper price point, obviously. Cool.
In fact, that stack that I just had of these EC reprints, I'll be having those bound eventually this year. I have already 3 others that I have bound, and I think the reprints are perfect for that because no one's going to get mad at you for binding them. They're printed on pretty good paper that, even though it was a few decades ago, it's still pretty crisp and clean and white. And I just like having a whole volume on there. So what I do is I do very eclectic. I'll put the Shock Suspense stories next to the Panic and Two Fisted Tales and the Sci-Fi and the Haunt of Fear. And that way I just get like a smorgasbord. So this will be volume 4. I've got them all 1, 2, 3 on the spine. So, and if you do about 20 to 25 a shot, that's about the perfect size for a volume. So, and no one gets mad at you. So
it's perfect. Except then I need more bookshelves. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Lead Paint is saying that what he was saying is that in the movie The Tomorrow War, they explain the time paradox.
Oh, yeah.
But it seemed like in the trailer, they went back and they demanded one person from every household go into the future to be drafted. But it seems like you would have to get someone that was maybe going to die soon or was going to not known to not ever have any children or something to go into the future. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to seeing the movie. It looks kind of cool.
Yeah,
But
I want to see it too.
Damn, have you guys seen? There's a movie that came out and made no money, and it came out on disc, and they changed the name of the movie because they figured people didn't understand what the movie was about. And I saw this movie, and it's phenomenal. And I can't remember what it's called, but I could look it up. It has Tom Cruise in it, and it's about a futuristic war thing, and it's where I think it's like end, die, repeat or something. I think it was originally called Edge of Tomorrow, and they changed it to Live, Die, Repeat. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
No.
It doesn't ring a bell with me.
Let me share screens. Does anyone in the chat know? Okay, don't give me any spoilers, Lead Paint, because I'm going to watch that movie. Let's see. I wonder if I could show the trailer without getting in trouble. Because I know if it's Warner Brothers, you probably can't. Because they're real jealous about guarding anything. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Live, Die, Repeat. But it was originally called Edge of Tomorrow, which sounds like a soap opera, I guess. So Live, Die, Repeat. It's basically like a video game. You know, you get killed in the video game, and then you're instantly alive again, and or Groundhog Day. It's like a war. It's like Groundhog Day mixed with Starship Troopers. Maybe that's the best way I could figure out. But it's really good. Let me look. Okay, so it's called Live, Die, Repeat. Let's try.
Not heard of this. Cool.
No, but you got to get this, and let me play this trailer for Super too. Well, first of all, the artist that James Gunn shows, I don't know if he calls him this, Fletcher Henderson. I think Fletcher Henderson's a big band leader. This janitor I used to work with, one of his ancestors was in this band. It's not that. It's what is that? Forget it. I'll come up with it later. It's Hank something. It's this weird artist that did this. Live, Die, Repeat. Or Edge of Tomorrow's. It's wrong. It is Warner Brothers. Shoot. This could be problematic. I'll just play a second or two of it. How about no sound? Oh, that probably.
What to tell you sounds crazy.
It's too risky to do Warner Brothers stuff. I'm not going to do that. Trust me, get it. It's great. Super James Gunn trailer. Yeah, it's this movie here. It was on Netflix.
I remember liking that. Yeah, it's got the guy from The Office in it, right?
It's got what?
The Dwayne from The Office.
Oh, is that who it is? I never watched The Office, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the main character, right? Yeah.
And you've never watched The Office?
No, I hear it's good.
With dated Pam from The Office, this guy's coworker.
Now it's going to be hard for me to take him serious in any other role.
Yeah, I remember liking this movie.
Jock, he stole my wife. Can you arrest him? Sometimes it's better just to accept these things.
Batman, batarang, pipe bombs, utility belt.
Utility belt.
Green Arrow has a bow and arrow.
Okay.
Why do you need all those?
I'm making up my own superhero. He needs a weapon. That'll do.
Cool.
All it takes to be a superhero is the choice to fight evil. Shut up, crime. Don't steal. Don't deal drugs. Don't molest kids.
Brutal assault by the Crimson Bolt continued last night.
Shoot him. No, it's cool.
I could be your kid's sidekick. Ta-da! How do I look?
That's inappropriate.
Frank is the only thing that will save him if we will take those suckers down.
It's good.
Let's do this. You just sit here and wait for crime to happen?
That's right.
This is so boring.
You're supposed to kill him!
I'm just learning. You have to teach me these things.
This is not about good and evil. This is about she loving me more because I am interesting. Yeah. Shut up, crime! Face the wrath of the Crimson Bolt!
It's a good movie.
That looks like it'd be in a funny movie.
Uh-oh.
Oh, where'd he go? Oh, he must have hit the wrong button.
And Graphic Man is muted. You're muted, Graphic Man. I can't hear you.
What?
I go back, I hit the back button, and I kick myself out of the studio. I remember the name of the artist I was trying to think of. It's Fletcher Hanks. There are these Fletcher Hanks references. Yeah, this is it. I'll share the screen. Do you guys know that name offhand?
Is that the weird Golden Age artist?
Yeah, that's the guy.
He has a real big body. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the Ed Wood of well, no, because he's good.
Yeah,
he's just surreal. He's the guy that draws this shit. He's like the Rob Liefeld of the 40s or something, you know. Just anyway, this is referenced very heavily, as I recall, in that movie Super, this artist. And I don't know if I'm pretty sure someone, maybe it was one of you, telling me that Guadalajara had reprinted some of this. I know there's a book, I think I saw it at Duncanville Books, that reprints some of Fletcher Hanks stuff. It's funny. It's like it's just insane. It almost looks like underground 1960s art. It's like a parody of Golden Age art. But You
But
know,
it's true golden age though.
it's true golden age. It's just this guy is like, oh, someone made a model kit of this guy. It's just nuts because he's got this tiny little head. I mean, I think the guy realized what he was doing. And surely the editors realized that this was nuts looking. Because it's not, you know, you think, well, people were just naive back then. That wasn't that long ago.
That Phantoma, the Phantoma you were showing, that's the stuff I've been wanting to get.
Oh, this?
Yeah, her.
Is it out from Guandanaland?
I don't know, but it was always like somewhere like in the back of a Fiction House comic or something. A backup story. I always liked it.
You guys, or someone was telling me Guandanaland has a website.
Probably Zombo. Zombo knows all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
I recently picked up the Guandanaland Hell Rider. Have you seen that?
No.
Hell Rider? Here, hold on, let me grab it.
The superhero from the magazines.
Yeah. It was a Skywald magazine done by Gary Friedrich, the same guy that did Ghost Rider. I guess he came out with this before Ghost Rider.
No, it was after Ghost Rider.
Oh, I thought it said here that it was before Ghost Rider.
I could be wrong.
It's 1971, so it's before Ghost Rider.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Right before Ghost Rider. Okay.
And it's okay. You know, it's all right.
Well, I don't think it's supernatural, is it?
No, it's not supernatural. But they talk about there's a foreword, and he talks about it. I mean, they talk about this this title, and then Frederick going on to work for Marvel and doing Ghost Rider afterwards.
Meyer, was it you that had the Guandanaland book called Weird?
Weird. Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah. Have you read it yet?
Only the first couple stories. I've read the first couple stories.
I am trying to get through it. It's some of the stories just kind of they don't get resolved the way I would want them resolved, and it's just kind of they introduce a bad guy and then that's it. And the art's pretty good, but
right.
The stories, they could use another page or two of plot, I feel.
Remember, yeah. This first one has a Frankenstein story.
And the book is so big. It's
right. We're talking about this book right here, and it's like 500.
That's the one I got. I read about 4 stories a night, and then my eyes get so drowsy. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that these were really meant to read.
I read that in some instances, these stories are like rewrites and redraws of actual previous stories that are like Golden Age stuff.
If I were reviewing it, it would be. Oh yeah, I'd much rather have that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got this a couple days ago.
Is it color art inside?
No, it's all black and white.
Okay.
Now I got the Nightmare Guandanaland. That's good. Nightmare magazine was a good magazine, but Weird was just.
Weird was put out by Eerie Publications, and it was those were not. They really weren't meant to be read. Like I said, I don't think people that bought those really could read. They were just meant there to be gore.
Yeah, that's what I got the impression. Just show
this
me
is a book.
Yeah, I have that.
This is a hardback about Eerie Publications, and it tells the whole story of the whole thing, and it talks about this guy, you know, the gun enthusiast that kind of started, or the head editor, I forget his name.
Is it Foss? Was it Myron Foss?
Yes, there you go. So there's pictures of him in here showing off his gun collection and telling the whole story behind the whole thing.
Yeah, that was
a lot of the magazines. Everything that he tried to jump onto, right? Like even Jaws, every little thing, Close Encounters. Anytime something was a hit, he would make a magazine about it.
Yeah. So yeah, those were those magazines are cool because of their covers and some, but they're trying to read too many of them might really damage your mind. Yeah, I don't know where to even start with Guadalajara. I don't know what they've got, and I don't know where to. It just seems like they've got so much, and then I want to get stuff from Charlton Neo also. And I feel like I shouldn't even be going into comic stores. I should be trying to mail order all those books. Especially those early issues of Famous Monsters that Eric Green was showing off. I want to get those.
Yeah, I have that one. It's really nice. I like that one. That other one that's the early cheesecake is really good. If you like, old cheesecake, like,
Yeah, I used to collect that. Do they just have one volume of cheesecake stuff?
No, there's multiple volumes. I have the first volume, but I think they've got 2 or 3 or maybe even more out. I'm not sure.
Meyer, in the chat, they're asking about the quality of the color. So can you give like a review of if you think the color is worth the extra money or not?
I haven't seen the color Guadalajandas.
Okay.
I haven't the black and white versions.
All right.
I don't have any color.
The color ones are like $50, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Can you get anything in black and white or color? Like if you wanted that GI Combat in color, would they print it for you in color for extra money?
Yeah, I think so. I think that you go to the website and look that up and find out. And I think these are printed on demand, like
Right.
Tom mentioning. Yeah.
And is that the GI Combat before DC took it over?
Yes, it is. It's
Yeah.
the first 18 issues I think are in here. The first 16. First 16 issues, and then the first 8 issues all have Reed Crandall art.
And was it Quality Comics before DC or something like that?
Yeah, it's quality.
Quality, yeah.
Yeah, Quality Comics.
But DC was nice to keep this pretty much the same title logo, the font.
I don't know why you change it. That's one of the greatest logos ever. Yeah, I only learned that recently that wasn't always a DC comic.
Yeah, me too.
I've never seen those old ones in person.
Did you learn it from our military get together with Meet You in Silver Age?
Did I learn that?
That's when I first heard it.
That's
I
where you
think
first
when
heard it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm not sure where I heard it. Could have been. So,
If you were wanting to watch that auction, Eric left a few minutes ago. So.
Oh, well, the auction is fun to listen to because I like to hear them talk to each other, but the books are never, well,
more than
I don't want to say never, but usually they're like books that I would never want to own or even touch. But unfortunately, I have to touch some of them to price them.
Yeah.
But
I have to file them. Yeah.
It's the wrong era. I wish they had auctions of Silver Age stuff, but I'm not really sure. But it's interesting to hear them talk, and they often veer off into other subjects. It's really, really fun to listen to. They really are.
Lost dog.
Maybe he went to watch the auction. But yeah, if it started, maybe we should watch that.
Yeah, I'm going. Thanks so much for having me, Gratu. Thanks, guys. Thanks for
Yeah.
having me.
Yeah,
See you guys.
I'm about to collapse.
Well,
Take care, Meyer.
I'm not going to watch the auction. I'm probably going to go to bed. But this was great. Thanks for having me on, Gratu. I'm glad I could call you and talk you into doing this because
it's fun.
I was really bored and I wanted to hang out. So.
Yeah, well, now we've got a whole Donald Trump speech to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what people are saying real quick. Basil says, is Doc Silver Age from Massachusetts? I spent a lot of time over there, Milton and Plymouth.
He's from Maine.
I guess maybe he's going by the accent. I don't know. I don't know regional accents that well where I can identify where they're from.
But I do think he's a Patriots fan in the Boston area. So.
Oh, that's where he's getting it from. Yeah. Well, now I'm kind of is wrestling today is not worth watching. Is that what you guys were saying? Is that the final verdict?
Not in my opinion, but your mileage may vary. If you can find some good old 1980s, then I'd go for that. But
yeah,
you just gotta suspend disbelief and just go. These guys are high-fiving each other when the show's all done.
Oh yeah,
and that's I get a kick out of that, and just the stuff that they can try to convince you to believe. It's like watching a little movie.
The late '90s period, you didn't like that all that Stone Cold Steve Austin era?
Yeah.
To showbiz,
and that's the area where the bad guys are the coolest, and the good guys no one cares for, because people's morality and sensibilities kind of change around the '90s, where they'd rather see two bad guys fight and neither one win. And to me, you need a hero. You need old fashioned where every week the bad guy wins because he cheats. And that makes the fans say, I want to go watch and see that bad guy get what he's got coming to him. And then you hold the big show where the good guy wins and everybody's happy and goes home happy. It's an easy formula, but now, anyway.
Well, it sounds like the presidential election, but
yeah,
in the '90s, that's when the Punisher. Well, that was the '80s, and the Venom and Carnage and all that. Those seem to be the popular characters. Are these ones that are?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Venom kind of a good guy in a way? Does he fight crime in a way, or is he complete evil? I don't really know.
I quit looking.
Oh, well, Dr. Silverage, you want to come back on for a couple of minutes? I'll give you the link. I think we're almost over, but you
Sure.
come back on and say your goodbye.
Lead paint, I'm 3 hours away.
Let's see. So, yeah, the link is there now, Dr. Silverage. Yeah, that happened to me earlier. I got kicked out of my own show.
And lead paint, where I come from, we kind of make jokes about St. Louis. You probably wouldn't like it.
Yeah, what did your Wi-Fi drop out?
Yeah, something dropped out on me. It's heading to internet, so
yeah. Well, so yeah, we were just talking about the best eras of wrestling.
Yeah, for me, it was probably the '70s. I love the territories, what they called the old territorial days.
Yeah,
where they every state almost had their own wrestling organization and whatnot. Texas had, they had 3 or 4.
So how did it become unified? Was that Vince McMahon that brought all the regions together?
Well he bought them.
Yeah, he did. He forced a lot.
Yeah.
But before that, it was the NWA, the National Wrestling Alliance, which was a conglomeration of a lot of the southern states and some out in the Midwest. So they were it was kind of like the mafia. They had bosses of different areas, but they'd all get together and have a meeting at the big office, and then they would, okay, we'd like to book the world champion for a month or whatever. So then they would schedule him out, that type of thing. Then in the 80s, once Vince McMahon's father died, and Vince took over the business, he had a vision for it. And it was no longer to be territorial, where he just promoted in the Northeast. He wanted to go national. And so he started raiding talent from the other groups and whatnot, and then slowly built up his network. At one point, he even took over the heart of NWA wrestling, which was TBS, and put a show on TBS.
And the fans down there complained because it wasn't their kind of wrestling.
No, it was something totally different, more cartoony.
Yeah,
you know, and so that didn't last. But he had gone national at that point, and then he was friends with, I believe, with Dick Ebersol, who was big in NBC.
Yeah.
So that's how they got those Saturday night main event shows and stuff like that. You know,
Okay.
so that's how he grew. That's how the WWE, WWF, WWF all grew into the big
and
group.
of course, in the 80s, a particular wrestler made an appearance on Rocky III, and that was Hulk Hogan. And everybody thought that was a great looking character. And he becomes the big guy in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and especially WrestleMania 3, when he picks up Andre the Giant and slams him.
I know they call that a body slam, but if you look, it weren't much of a body slam.
He let him fall down. Yeah.
Yeah. Andre jumped as much as he could for him.
Yeah.
Well, is Hulk Hogan still alive?
Yes.
Oh yeah. They still bring him back for legend nights and stuff like that, special occasions, WrestleManias, stuff like that. They'll bring him, drag him out, dust him off, set him up.
Yeah, he had his own Saturday morning cartoon.
Yes. Oh
yeah. Rock and roll wrestling. Yeah.
It was big.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. There was no doubt about it. He was the point of the spear as far as bringing wrestling nationally.
But I like stuff before him. I
agree.
I like watching Chief Wahoo Daniels. I mean, the guy comes out with the whole Indian headdress, and he played for the New York Jets even. So that's just old-fashioned wrestling.
Yep. See, we had our Indian gimmick guy was Chief Jay Strongbow.
Yeah.
He was actually a fellow by the name of Joe Scarpa, who was Italian.
But the great thing about wrestling, they bring out some guy, and they'd introduce him. He go, "This is a mystery guest. He's from parts unknown." Really, it's from Yonkers, New York, or something.
Yeah.
But it was always something funny. But
yeah,
I enjoyed it.
And for me, we talked about this the other night, Gratu. I talked about it with Graphic Man. Yeah, the fellow that wore this mask, Mil Mascaras. To me, I remember reading about him in the wrestling magazines, and then he appeared in the WWF in the mid-'70s. And to me, he was a live superhero because he wore the mask, and most of the guys who wore masks were heels back then. So he was a rare instance where a good guy wore a mask, and his physique was like an Adonis. It was like somebody drew him out of the comic books. So for me, that was a big draw right there. He was like a living superhero to me.
Well, that's what it was in Mexico, like in the 50s and 60s. The wrestlers never took their masks off in public, and then they made movies where they drove around in sports cars and fought monsters. They were basically like Batman, and they teamed up. That guy teamed up with Santo and
the Blue Demon,
and so kids would be able to watch them wrestle on TV or in person. Then they go to the matinee and see them on the big screen, and they would wear their mask even to the supermarket.
Yes,
it was like and they had comic books too. But I've seen an old wrestling magazine in the late 60s or around the time of Batman, around 66. There was a Batman wrestler. Have you seen that?
It's funny you mention that. If not to promote my channel or anything like that, but I just posted a wrestling video, and in there I have a magazine, and it shows there was a guy who wrestled as Batman. There was a guy who wrestled as his sidekick Robin, and it shows photos of it and stuff. And I actually show it.
Hey, there it is. I just checked my notifications, and it told me 3 hours ago you did that.
Yeah.
Oh, so you literally just posted a video on YouTube that shows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've been bugging them today in the email going, "Where's that video?"
That's funny. That's funny. You mentioned that.
Yeah, because I've always seen pictures of this magazine. Let's see. It's and there's it's Tony Marino. It was Batman with 2 T's. That's apparently his name.
Yeah, that's how they get around it.
Is
Yeah.
this the magazine that you posted?
Yeah, that I believe that top picture, that one you got right there, I believe that's one of the pictures I show.
I wonder if there's any video, like film of him wrestling.
I've never seen any.
How the heck did they not get sued?
I don't know. And
They
there's no saying that they didn't get sued or get a cease and desist order. You know,
This is actually more comic accurate than the TV show. I mean,
well, he
the
fills out the
physique-
costume a little better, I guess. You know, muscle.
Well,
wise.
yeah, you know what he looks like exactly as the Aurora model kit. Had that exact physique. You know, it almost looks like those are the lines where you glue the arm on.
Oh yeah,
And Robin is a lot more threatening looking.
yeah. That's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah.
How much would I would love to have that magazine. How much? You ever look on eBay for this magazine?
I can't see it that small, but
Oh, well,
I've
it's
got
the
so
one that
many-
we're talking about.
yeah.
This
Well,
particular
they
issue.
showed them in various other wrestling magazines.
Yeah, but that cover image is classic.
It is.
Yeah.
Have you seen
No.
the Mexican wrestling movie called Batwoman?
No, I've seen pictures of it and stuff, but I've never actually seen the movie itself.
You can watch the whole movie with subtitles on YouTube.
Oh, is it on
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah, pretty sure it is. Oh, I'm getting that terrible show from CW, so I'll put in 1967. It's really called La Mujer Murcielago because that means Batwoman. So this, yeah, the whole feature here. I think it's the same director that made that Mexican Santa Claus movie.
The Mexican Santa Claus movie?
You don't know about that? Where he fights Satan?
No. I thought
Oh,
maybe
boy.
you were referring to Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. or
Oh yeah.
No, this is different than that one. Yeah, it's this movie, The Batwoman. Yeah, she's a wrestler, and she fights crime as the Batwoman. But at the end, she fights like a creature from the Black Lagoon kind of monster. It's definitely worth your time.
Yeah,
But,
I'll have to check that out.
So there's Batwoman, and yeah, definitely not the CW Batwoman.
No, definitely not.
What was that guy's name? Tony Marino?
The guy that played Batman?
That played Batman with 2 T's.
I don't know. I don't think it ever said what his real name was.
It did a second. Oh, look. We might have footage, or maybe this is just pictures. See, everything's on YouTube.
That's him. Wrestling review.
Oh my goodness.
pretty crazy.
It looks like this guy's found all the pictures from those old magazines.
I'd say so. Holy mackerel.
I wish there was some video or film footage.
It may not have rated it back then, sad to say. Meaning, no one would have thought it worthwhile, probably.
Well, yeah.
Or a lot of these could have been live and just not recorded at the studios.
Right.
I was trying to see if I recognized any of the people he was wrestling.
I'm going to shut the music down because that'll definitely get me hit, the Danny Elfman music.
So his gloves are basically just wrist, and he doesn't really have the gloves, but
Yeah, I don't think he really can fight with the gloves.
yeah,
There are certain things that are kind of impractical about
right.
Batman's suit. Like the utility belt when you're fighting would be gouging your intestines out.
I can just see some promoter back then complaining about how much his costume cost, but they probably thought it was worth it to give it a shot. Promoters are known for complaining about how things cost.
It doesn't look like that would cost that much. More than just a sweatshirt with a bat sewn on it. The mask looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty elaborate costume for that time.
Even has the bat symbol on his ankle. Wow.
Good catch. I didn't see that till you mentioned it.
Oh, he was on TV somewhere because he's doing an interview right there.
Penn,
Look up that
6375.
Penn Avenue. You look it up and see where the stadium was.
Oh, he looks serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that's a doll action figure.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was pretty neat.
Let's see if there's any.
This is the kind of wrestling Gratu would get into. It reminds me of
He
Saturday Night
apparently
Live.
wrestled for years. He must have just put on the Batman suit for that time period. But here's,
Bruno.
Is that San
Detroit
Martino?
big time wrestling.
Just above that one, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Bruno. Yeah.
For 145 years, more families trust ADT for timeless.
Detroit. This is from Detroit. 78. So we'll probably have the original Chic in there. Probably Bobo Brazil.
Yeah, there's all kinds of old stuff. Let's see if we can find any Fritz von Erich.
There he is.
Yeah.
What was he, the Baron or something like that?
I don't remember him having a name. It was pretty much just Fritz von Erich.
I'm talking about like over 50 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he was called the Baron, that he was. It's weird. Or maybe the Iron Claw. That's what.
Well, that was his finisher
move?
was the Iron Claw. Yeah, he'd clamp it on your head and squeeze it, and you'd have
Looks
to
like
give
he's
up.
squeezing his brains out.
Yeah. I remember he used to do some interviews, and he'd have an apple, and he'd crush the apple with his hand, and say, "That's how tough I go."
Oh, maybe this is. I know there's some wrestler that had like a swastika flag around him.
Oh, that was a lot of German heels.
Oh boy,
Baron von Raschke.
look at that guy. Look at this guy.
That's Baron von Raschke right there. Yeah.
It says the one gimmick that was too offensive even for Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
Okay, so he didn't like the Nazi bad guys.
No, the guy that
That's
played
what I was thinking of.
Von
Throwback
Braun.
Thursday, the Nazi gimmick, wrestling shame.
Yeah, the guy that played Fonz, Henry Winkler, he did a movie where he was a Nazi wrestler.
Oh, really?
In the 50s. And
Oh, wow. I vaguely remember that.
yeah,
What movie was that?
I don't remember. It wasn't that great a movie, but
That wasn't the one with Alex Karras, was it? Mad Bull.
oh, I just remember the one detail about the dumb thing, and I told you, so I don't know.
Yeah. Wow.
This guy's head is very phallic looking.
That looks like Bobby Heenan almost.
Or his dad, yeah.
This guy has more hair than Burt Reynolds.
Karl von Haas.
That's the image that's on that bubblegum card I've got.
That's the Iron Sheik.
Yeah. Yeah, he was hilarious when he used to come on Howard Stern.
Oh yeah, he's a character. But he was a legit wrestler too. He was in the Olympics.
Yeah.
But he's just hilarious. I
Yeah.
think it's really just him, his personality. He's just a nut.
He's one of those fun people to listen to when he tells stories from the locker room.
You guys are killing me. I got to get some sleep, but this is,
Yeah, all
I
right.
enjoy this so much.
It was
You
fun.
get me talking wrestling, I'll stay up all night.
I know, yeah.
Well, try to think of some questions for Mort Todd, and if you guys want, you could come on and drop in. And I've got to coordinate a time with him and everything. I'll let you guys know.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Tomorrow I got to work, so I won't probably be doing a show during the day or probably in the evening either. I need to spend some time with my wife. So, anyway, so it's been great, and I'll talk to you guys real soon.
Thanks again for letting me come on.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
G-Man, good to see you again.
I'll be watching your video soon. Thank you.
Have fun camping.
I sure will.
All
Okay,
right.
take care.
Take care, guys.
Bye. And right as I'm leaving, Tom Smith pops on.
Hey guys.
You guys can still leave. I'll just say hi to
Good night,
Tom
Tom.
for a second. I'm not
Hey,
trying to.
Graphic Man, Dr. Silvery. Just
You're
good to
just
see
leaving. You're showing up.
You have to go. You're all leaving.
He doesn't have to go. We're just going because it seemed like everyone wanted to go. But what's up, Tom?
Oh, I just thought I'd come on here before I go to bed, just for a bit, and say hi to you guys.
Yeah, I'll talk to Mort Todd tomorrow and see. I was thinking maybe Monday night might be a good time. I don't know.
Oh, have you talked to him again yet? Have you
No.
said you haven't
No,
said a
he
date?
said after this week, and so I figure that the weekend's tonight.
Yeah.
So I'll contact him, but I'm not trying to
sometimes
bug him.
sometimes he says that, but then he postpones it because things come up. So
Well, I know he's been moving and everything, and
he's been
setting
busy.
up
Yeah,
things.
he's a busy guy. He's a very busy guy. So, but don't give up though. Like what I'm saying that is if he says he can't do it, don't give up.
Well, he made it sound like he said pretty much any time is okay with me. He made it sound like
Well, he'll do it. He'll do it because he does interviews with anybody, as you know, and you're a lot better than anybody. So
that guy that does the Mad Magazine site was on last night live. It looked
flipping
like he
through.
spent hours on one issue of Crazy Magazine. The one with
Yeah,
the
you see, I didn't go to that because 2 reasons. One reason, I was really, really tired because I was up for 24 hours at that point. So I didn't want to like get stuck in there. And also I knew I was going to get triggered, you know, because I knew people wouldn't know anything about it. And I'd be like, oh man, I got to educate everybody. And then I'd be like,
About 1978 crazy? Why does that even matter, Tom?
oh, that's the other reason. Sorry. That's the other reason, because it's a lousy issue of Crazy too. Yeah, and
so they were going to judge Crazy by that one issue.
Yeah.
Is that what your concern?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's the only one a lot of them probably have seen. A lot of those people, they only know Mad. You know, the people that watch.
Yeah, that's what I get. I gather is that they're experimenting and doing a forensic analysis of like sample copies they find of non-Mad.
Yeah, to see if any other magazines are worth, you know, looking at, basically. Yeah, but everything they see, they're like, man, so much better than this is, you know, everything they see. And I'm like, oh, they're looking at a terrible Paul Lycan issue of Crazy. And I'm like,
that wouldn't have been worth the blood pressure issue.
No, exactly. That's it. Yeah, because I get kind of defensive. I get really when they're doing Sick magazine, I get really defensive in there.
But it's really like an autopsy. They put the magazine down and they got the camera above, and he's got this little utensil pointer, and he's pointing to panels. I was eating a hamburger at this restaurant, and I tuned it in, and it's like they're scrutinizing over one panel and some grease purity. And I remember that magazine was really bad at that time period.
Yeah, I told him on Facebook, I said, you should have the early Crazies or the later Crazies. And I told him which issues. And he said, this is the only one I've got. And I said,
yeah, he's not. Now, that guy puts out a humor magazine. Is that what I'm gathering?
No, he doesn't. No.
He has some magazine behind him called Lunacy or
Freaky.
What?
Freaky?
That's it. He doesn't do that?
No, what I'll tell you what that is. Okay, first of all, he's an elementary school teacher. All right.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
so
one time. What's that? Sorry.
He keeps his show very clean.
Very clean. And once he posted a video by accident that was for his students, and I was watching it, and I was in the chat, and I was like, "Well, has he lost his mind?" You know, because he didn't say what it was, right? So it was like he was reading to us this children's story and telling us to analyze it and everything. I was like, he's either lost his mind, or he's doing a video that's supposed to be just for his students. And so I said to you know, I made a joke, and he said, "Oh, I'm so stupid. This is for my students." And I said, "Yeah, I figured that's what it was." Oh. But what was I about to say? Oh, the Freaky magazine. You asked about Freaky, right?
Yeah.
What that is it's a humor magazine that's currently being published, self-published by a guy on Facebook. He's in the Crack Magazine group. And his name, I can't remember his name, but he sent him a free copy of it. And I don't know if all the copies are free or if he subscribed to it. I don't know. But he was looking, you know, for promotion and everything. Hi, Meyer. How you doing? So I guess he sent him a free copy. He sent me a free copy as well because he was interested in humor magazines.
Yeah, I won't ask you if it's good because I don't want to get you in trouble.
Well, how far are we in this video? He's never going to see this, right?
We're 4 hours and 3. Oh shit! I'm going to be in trouble with my wife. Yeah, we're about 4 hours into this. Yeah.
So I think I could tell you how I feel about the magazine. Like it honestly. Don't at this point. What do you think?
I guess so.
I mean, the guy's my friend on Facebook, and I just told him, "Oh, you know, it's a cool magazine or whatever." But I'm not good at just ass kissing, you know. So I'm not like the guy who I feel like the guy who does flipping through. He's impressed by a lot. Like he's easily impressed by magazines, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And also, the guy's a friend of his, right? So he's going to be, oh yeah, it's a great magazine, and he promotes it on his channel. Okay. Right. He sent me one issue, and I think he was hoping I was going to subscribe, but I didn't. And I didn't tell anybody this. You're the first person I'm telling besides my grandfather, I think. But I didn't like the magazine. I could show you a copy of it, like when we get to the 2000 magazines. But the reason I didn't like it, like some of the artwork's okay. It's got this alternative feel to it. But I just thought the jokes it's not funny. The magazine's not really funny. You know, it's just really amateur, like the joke style. But the thing that really gets me about it is it seemed like a humor magazine for a specific audience. It seemed for people who believe in climate change.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of
political.
Yeah, a lot of the jokes are about, you know, the environment being destroyed by people and about climate change. Right?
Yeah.
We can answer that in a sec, but so yeah, and also the guy that does the magazine, he worked for Mad Magazine in the final years of Mad, right? Like the final year or so.
Yeah.
And he hit all his articles in Mad, all his joke stories were also about climate change as well.
Okay.
So I feel that's really what this guy's thing is. He's kind of obsessed with the climate change thing.
Yeah.
But it's not my type of humor. I don't think it's interesting or funny, you know, climate change humor.
No, it's that's one of the things is regardless of anyone's political point of view, Republicans, as far as creating memes on the internet, Democrats they can't create funny, biting memes, jokes on the internet because they don't really, they get offended too easily.
Yeah, they don't have a sense of humor.
Requires
Yeah.
biting, it's just like they just can't handle it.
Right, absolutely, I agree with you.
So their humor, and they don't have a sense of humor about things. So,
they don't have a sense of humor at all, really.
yeah, I'm trying to be kind of nice here.
But the guy who does the magazine, like, it was an early issue. Maybe it's gotten better since then. He's a nice guy. It's just not my type of magazine. And the rest of it, it didn't thrill me. But maybe it's gotten better since then. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
You know? So this guy wants to know about a monster issue of Cracked from the 70s.
Well, Cracked had a magazine called For Monsters Only.
In the 60s. Yeah.
In the 60s. And that was, all these monster issues that Cracked put out in the 70s mostly were reprints of that material. So if I was going to buy something, I'd get For Monsters Only. I think I might have one. I wish I had all of them from the 60s.
If you're looking for a good 70s one, like just look for the Cracked collector's editions. Look them up on My Comic Shop or something and look for the monster ones because there's a whole bunch of monster editions of Cracked collector's edition.
Yeah, they had a little square. It looked real dignified, in the corner, Cracked collector's editions. And then they had a monster cover that was reprinted from the 60s.
Yeah.
And then Mort Todd did a separate monster magazine in the late 80s called Monsters Attack. I don't know if Cracked had its name on it.
No, they didn't.
But he's reprinted, I think, almost maybe the entire contents of all those issues in 2 volumes that you can get from him. And that might be the best source for your money. And it would have Severin art in it. And I think he did, if I'm not mistaken, new comic stories, horror stories.
Yeah.
With those artists. And apparently Severin did a story that was so horrifying that they were like, should we really publish this? Because Severin has this kind of wholesome art style, but when he wanted to draw something really horrible or gory, he could do it because he was probably a World War II veteran, like most of those guys. So the EC artist and everything. So when they drew that shit, those 50s horror comics artists, they'd seen that shit in real life. They'd seen what dead bodies in the mud look like, and so that's why that stuff was so effective. People drawing this stuff now, they've never seen that except in movies. But that generation of artists in the 50s and 60s, they'd seen all that.
Mort Todd also started Cracked Monster Party, which was another spin-off from Cracked Magazine.
Oh, yeah. So there was Monsters Attack and Monster Party. Monsters Attack was the stories, like horror stories.
Serious.
Okay, and Monster Party was reprints, new stuff and reprints Cracked monster stuff. So
the next editors kept it going as well. So there was about 46 issues all in total of Cracked Monster, and it's really good too. Cracked.
So I would look up Cracked Monster Party, and I would look up Cracked Collector's Edition. Monster Attack is more. Wouldn't really be a 60s kind of thing.
No. Cracked Monster Party is good because it has reprints from the 60s and 70s and also new stuff in the 90s that was really good. Some new like horror stories, and they had like something called Monster Piece Theater in some of the issues, which were stories with like a twist ending, and they're drawn by some really good artists. So there's a lot of fun stuff in there.
Yeah.
I can show you guys the Monsters Attack magazines if you want me to. I have all of them.
Oh, there's people. Let's see what people are saying here. Single issue, as much Severin as possible. It's widely known that the left can't meme Keck. I forget what Keck mean. I think that's the way that people laugh at the liberals. Keck, 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 like Popeye.
I see that in those weird forums. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, it has a meaning. My wife was trying to tell me, and I forgot. I see Cracked Monster Party. Yeah, that's good. Yes, Gratu. Perfect. Thanks. I'm going for some of those tonight. Yeah. So,
well, there's two stories that Severin did in Monsters Attack that really stood out to me. One of them was a story about the Golem. I think it was the Golem. It's a Jewish monster, right?
Yes,
and
statue.
It's set in the Holocaust time in the Nazi Germany, and the Golem protects the Jewish people from the Nazis they're hiding from the Nazis, and the Golem protects them from the Nazis. Like comes out, destroys the Nazi camps or something, and it's really good.
Right.
And then there was one with a vampire, like a little kid, vampire kid.
Uh-huh.
And he goes around biting. It's set in the 50s. He goes around biting other little kids and killing them. This vampire kid in the 50s, but he bites a kid that has polio, right?
Right.
And he ends up dying of polio in the story, and it's really like sad. The story's like really sad, and I wonder if that's the one that you're thinking like it was too like
it could be
sensitive to put in magazine, but
no,
it's of course it's beautifully drawn. Mm-hmm.
I was picking this up from some interview with Mort Todd. He was saying something like that.
Yeah. Do you hear the rain outside, Dr. Silver Age? Do you hear?
No, I can't quite hear it.
It's coming down pretty hard outside. If you hear like this noise in the background, that's the rain.
Oh, okay.
Like a pitter patter.
Yeah, it's pretty loud rain. You might think it's like an air conditioner, but it's not. It's really coming down.
I'm gonna call it a night.
All right. I'm gonna head out too here in a second.
Dr. Silverage, it's good to see you.
Yeah, it was nice to see you again too.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
All right. You take care.
Right. Take care, everybody.
All right, we'll see you later.
Come on.
See you later.
And anyway, Tom,
yeah.
So I don't know what day Mort Todd. I'm gonna have to ask him. He seemed to make it sound like any day would be okay as long as it's the week after next. And
well, that would be good. Yeah. Man, I hope I'm awake for that because I'd love to be here. You know.
Well, I mean, I'd give you at least a day's notice.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't though, because then I won't be able to sleep. Because that's what happens if I know something is exciting is coming the next day. I can't sleep, and then I just can't get ready for it. So maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should just tell me like an hour before or something, and then if I'm up, I'll be like, oh yeah.
Sure.
Anytime I have to be somewhere or do an appointment, I cannot sleep at all. Like when I was teaching, I was doing my work. Like whenever it was in advance and it wasn't at the last moment, I couldn't sleep before I taught, and I'd have to, teach like 24 hours not sleeping. I'd be teaching in the classroom,
Start hallucinating, yeah.
Yeah, no, I never did that, but I was always worried I was going to pass out sometimes, though, Hey, I just want to say something. You won't mind, like, okay, so what I do is I get my hair cut, right? But I do it. I don't like to go there very often. It costs like $20-something, $28, wherever I get a haircut, and and I don't like to go very often. It's just, you know, a little bit of a pain. So what I do is when I get my hair cut, I get it cut extremely short, right? So I'm like almost bald. You know, it looks terrible, but I do that so it grows in really slowly. But I also let it grow longer, you know, because I put off going there. So I hope you don't mind, like when my hair gets longer, you're not going to kick me off the show or anything because I look like a hippie or something.
Because I'll stop. No, I don't have a problem with hippies.
I'm not a hippie.
I do have I don't. It's their political belief, not necessarily.
Okay, good. Well,
Jesus had long hair.
It gets
I
like
don't even know that is any barbershop open in Canada. I thought you guys were completely locked down. That it was completely.
They opened them again about a month ago. So yeah, we're not locked down right now. We still have to wear masks, and you have to make appointments for everything. You have to wear a mask with a haircut.
The president's trying to bring back masks nationwide here, but some states are fighting against it.
I saw that Sky News Australia posted a thing saying Biden's town hall meeting was incoherent, even by his low standards. It was incoherent gibberish. That was their headline.
Yeah, he was having trouble. He had memorized something and couldn't remember it, or he was listening to something in his ear and he couldn't quite get it. And then he denied. He was saying it's ridiculous. Republicans think we capture kids and drink their blood. And then later he was getting on a plane and he said, you know, do you guys think that we drink blood of kids? And it's like twice he in one day he mentions that. Why? What's the point of that? I guess it's to make the other side look ridiculous, but that's the first time that I know of a president's ever denied drinking children's blood.
Yeah, he's got some problems.
Yeah, and then you the alternative. Let's see. I do the same thing, Tom, but I shape mounted the Clippers.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing it, but I thought if I do that, I might do it wrong and it might look awful. Like I might make it uneven, you know. So I was afraid to do it.
Who would know it besides your grandfather? You guys are locked down. It's not.
Well,
like
you guys would. You'd see me here. You know?
So you're worried about your hair because of your appearances on the show. My hair's
yeah.
I don't give a shit.
I'm being ridiculous. Yeah.
I was cutting my own hair the other day. My wife got mad at me. She said it looks terrible.
Yeah, that's what my grandfather does. Yeah.
I'll go. I don't want to spend $20 or more get my hair cut, but
yeah,
I probably should. But it's yeah.
So, I'm glad. Look, obviously politically, I don't agree anything with hippies. So you don't have to worry about that.
Well, just don't wear a headband.
No, I don't wear headbands.
And go,
but
too.
It is funny. My hair gets like an afro when it gets bigger because it grows up instead of, It's kind of funny. But anyway, brought to. It is really a dumb question. Another dumb question, but I want to ask you something about etiquette. Like, because I worry about stuff, I'm being stupid, but
etiquette. Like I'm not Emily Post.
But my friend, so my ASMR friend posted a video, right? A new video. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see it?
No.
Did you find out if you subscribed or you never answered me?
Yeah, no, I did. I said I think I did because whenever someone tells me to subscribe to something, and I clicked it when you told me about it.
But I thought maybe you could check, specifically.
No, I did check. For those of you who don't know what he's talking about, he's friends with this girl that's one of the whispering people that makes people go to sleep by whispering. But sometimes she whispers and shows off Mad Magazine and cool stuff. So I thought, well, she must be a cool ASMR person. So
and sad sex.
But Tom's been friends with her for years, and so your question of etiquette, as far as go ahead. I'll tell you what.
Okay, so her new video, she's showing off a art kit that she got that a friend sent her. One in the group of friends. There's only about 3 of us, really, of her group of friends. And he sent her a nice art kit, and she mentioned him in the video. She mentioned his name, and I didn't. When I made my comment, I didn't think of saying, shout out to Matt or whatever. I don't like to say shout out, but shout out to Matt for giving. Oh, I said his name too. Damn. Anyway, that's all right. Doesn't matter.
All right.
But why do you do that when I'm talking? Why do you do
All right. So you.
Okay. So anyway, I didn't. Yeah, and the other two guys in the friends group, they did say it. They said, "Oh, he's a legend for doing this." One guy said, "Because he's always overboard." This one guy, and the other guy, he's like, "Well, shout out to him for doing it." And I thought, "Oh, maybe I should have said something like that. I hope they don't think I'm being a jerk because I didn't mention the guy's name." All I said was that it was a nice art kit. It looked like a nice art kit, And I like art supplies and stuff like that. Like,
okay, so what is your concern that you didn't say?
Am I going to look bad, like in anybody's eyes, like their eyes, because I didn't mention the guy's name specifically and say, "Oh, thanks."
Someone showed off an art. Someone gave an art kit to this girl.
Yeah, and the other guys, the other friends, they said, "Oh, that guy's incredible for doing that. Thanks to him for sending you this." And he's a legend and stuff like that.
He's a legend, like he's a legendary artist, or he's
no. The guy that sent it to her is a legend for sending her.
That's just hyperbole. Like he's a legend for sending an art kit to a girl. I like, okay.
Well, there's one guy that comments on her videos, and he's the king of hyperbole. So he always talks like that, Yeah, exactly. So, but the other guy just said shout out to him, right?
Okay.
And they're his other friends, and I'm his friend as well. So is it bad that I didn't say?
What did you say?
All I said is that, this is a really nice art kit, and I like the art supplies videos, and it looks like a huge apple in the back of your video. Because there was something, there's something in the back of her video in the background. It was like this huge green ball, and it looked like one of those apples, those Granny Smith apples you get, but a huge apple. Right? It's probably a medicine ball for exercising or something. But that's all I mentioned in my comment. I didn't mention the guy's name. And do you think I should have, or does it matter? Like my grandpa said,
the art kit. It's all right. He wasn't giving the art kit to the girl to impress you.
No. The other two friends of his mentioned his name and said thanks to him for sending it to you.
Well, you should say, this guy, there's nothing wrong with that. You complimented the art kit. I mean, it's just, how much does this art kit cost?
And I wrote the comment before I realized he sent it as well. How much did it cost? I don't know.
Well, I think he's gotten his accolades.
One of these guys, though, there's one guy that watches her, and he sends her he sends her $500 for her birthday every year.
Okay, well, that's not probably very cool. I don't know, but
she cried when she saw it. She said it was so nice and generous.
Yeah.
And everybody said he's a great guy. I just think that's going well. You know.
But she's a married woman.
Now she is. Yeah, now she is.
It's still what Meyer says here. It's creepy. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I think. But it's funny.
It's not his girlfriend. Even if it's his girlfriend, it's still a little weird stuff.
Yeah, I know. I never understand this stuff. Well, every time a guy would send her $1,000, like there's other guys too. There's two other dudes that I swear the gifts must have cost them about $1,000 to buy all the stuff. They sent her so much stuff for her birthday. It's like 50 video games, 50 new video games, record albums, new record vinyl albums, just tons of stuff, right? I'm like, how do these girls I don't know how they don't think it's creepy, but
it's creepy, but so that's I guess so.
She's a really nice person. She sees the best in everybody,
Yeah, but it's but
man, I was watching another one of those girls yesterday, right? And she did a birthday stream, a live stream on her birthday, and I said, "Oh, I know why she's doing this. It's because these guys donate even more money on the girls' birthdays, right?" Yeah. And I swear, in the first 8 minutes of her live stream, she already had made over $100 that guys were just throwing at her.
Well, maybe I should start whispering on this channel and get it something to donate, because maybe it just seems like she's got the life.
Well, it helps if she's a very wonderful person and a very talented person, but it helps if you're an attractive girl as well.
Yeah, I know, but unfortunately, these people are probably unstable, and let's just hope that they don't.
Yeah.
That their weird things can. It's just.
Well, you remember I told you about the one guy. I don't want to repeat everything live here, but you remember the one guy?
It's all right. I mean, yeah, I don't remember, but.
Well, okay, I could say that the guy that moved to her.
Oh yeah, see, when that starts happening, yeah.
And he draws pictures of her eyes, and he had him. The police went to his house, and he had them all over his house. That's pretty.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. You're going to wind up attracting these.
It's horrible.
Yeah, and you're going to attract them not by the hundreds, but by the thousands, and so.
Yeah.
So it may be.
But a lot of guys that watch these videos, they're desperate, lonely guys, and there's a lot of creepy guys there. There's dark,
Yeah, well, so
it's bad.
that's not probably. I don't know. I don't know what to say, but I don't think you need to worry about whether or not you about what you said. Let's see. My wife.
I don't go overboard like the other guys do, because I'm not like that. I'm not that type of person.
Say, oh, that was delightful of him.
Yeah. And I write properly, and some people have told me that makes my comments look different than everybody else's, because a lot of people
like they misspell all the words and put in BC instead of because and LOL, and you write a complete sentence and put a period at the end, and then you look creepy because you're grammatically correct. Well, obviously you're dealing with morons.
Yeah, and the one guy, he's always using hyperbole, like I said, and he talks he's like, oh, this is epic, everything.
It's
like if she's drawing, say she's drawing a few lines in a video, let's say it's something that's real simple, right? So she draws an apple, like you would draw an apple, right? But if she does it, this guy will say, that was epic. You're one of the most talented people I've ever seen, stuff like that,
Okay, well, that's what guys do.
I know.
I mean, I'm sorry, but
the other guy, he never uses punctuation. He's been commenting for 2 years or so. He's never used a period or comma or anything in any comment I've ever seen. Every comment he writes is just this long paragraph of words with no punctuation, and then all these emoticons. He uses 25 emoticons at the end of every comment.
Yeah, I mean, these are not rocket scientists.
But she's really, like I said, she's too good for the community. I don't like a lot of the ASMR girls, to be honest, because a lot of them sell sex and they just pretend they're just doing it as ASMR.
Most of them do, yeah. So,
but she doesn't do that. She makes wholesome. She always says too, she doesn't do anything she feels awkward doing. And guys ask her to do kissing videos and stuff, and she doesn't do it. She could make more money doing that, but she's not going to do that. And she said she wants her videos to be family friendly, so anybody can watch them. And she gets comments from mothers, saying their little girl or everything watches the videos and it helps them sleep. So that's good, at least you got somebody wholesome doing ASMR.
No, that's cool.
That's why I like her. I'm friends with her and everything. And I don't watch many other ASMR girls because I just don't like a lot of their personas. Oh, and they get into politics. She doesn't do that either. She never talks about politics ever. Yeah. But a lot of these girls, they get into the left-wing politics.
Yeah, of course.
And they're all donate to Black Lives Matter all the time. They say that all the time, And I don't think it should be used for political.
They may not understand. They may be sincere and not realize that that's a Marxist organization.
Right. Oh, they don't know.
The phrase itself sounds great. It's just
right.
If you don't understand the real political motivations.
Right. And it's brilliant.
Everyone would agree with. It's like
right.
Roses smell good,
Exactly.
But it's like, yeah, of course. But then,
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the most brilliant name for an organization because it has nothing to do with the organization, you know, but it's something everybody agree with. It's, oh, yeah.
George Orwell, yeah.
But anyway, she doesn't do that. She never gets into politics or anything like that.
Oh, that's good. But,
and you shouldn't, because you're supposed to be relaxing. You're not supposed to be taking a political stand in your video. You're supposed to be relaxing people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well,
anyway,
you know, I wouldn't worry about it. I need to.
I like those comments you were getting. They were pretty entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
That you were showing me there.
Yeah. Hey, I need to get downstairs here in a second, but I
just want to say another thing though. I my whole life I've never liked phony people. I can't stand ass kissing. I can't stand. And I told her, like, when I first met her, like over 3 years ago, I said, I promise you, I'm always going to be honest with you. I said, I can't speak for the other people, you know, that you're going to meet in this community, you know, and I said, but I will always be honest with you, you know. And I was critical sometimes. I'd even tell her, like, when she was doing something, I said, well, do you realize that this is a fetish thing that people are asking you to do? And a lot of times she'd say, no, I didn't know that. And then she didn't do it. She's like, thank you for telling me about that, you know.
Well, the whole ASMR thing is kind of a fetish thing to begin with.
Because these guys, and guys that do the fetish thing, they use these girls, right, for their little things. And I don't want her to be used like that. So, you know, that's why I warn her about
Well, you need to tell her to get out of ASMR.
do you see grandfather? Do you see him? Yeah. There's grandfather. Do you see him?
Yeah.
Wait.
I'll do.
Well, maybe
if you make me full screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody will see him. There he is.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
There he is. Isn't he neat?
Yeah.
Yeah. This you're looking at Methuselah right now.
Yeah. Well, you know how old he is?
Did you say 92?
Yeah, he's 92. Yeah.
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 Great.
Yeah. So you're talking to Ken and everybody else there.
Oh, that's good.
That's in there. Meyer Greenblatt and
Oh yeah.
you know,
About
Tom.
Great.
You have any questions for him, Ken?
They have to look forward to. They can be as old as I am.
Yeah, I can only hope.
Booze and don't smoke.
Yeah, you hear that? He said, "Don't."
What was the first one?
He said, "Stay off the booze and don't smoke."
I don't do either. Yeah.
And he doesn't do either.
Oh, good, but he's gonna be an old guy like me.
The old Ken.
Okay.
Nice to see you.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
So that was Steve. That was good. So yeah, I was just saying, like, I don't like phony people. I don't ass kiss. You know, it's not who I am.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I don't give, like, I've bought her some presents and things, but I don't spend like a whole lot of money. You know, I don't spend a lot.
that's okay. Well, if she's your friend, but if I was you, I'd probably encourage her to kind of like move away from that whole ASMR field, because that it's a little cringy.
She does it for the right reasons, and she loves to do it for the good people, you know.
Yeah.
She likes to help. She said is she's always wanted to help people and make them feel better, because she said that when she was younger, like when she's a teenager, she was very lonely, you know. She didn't have a lot of friends. She was very lonely, and she started watching ASMR because she was so lonely, you know. And so it gave her a feeling of not being alone, you know, watch these people. So she wanted to give other people that same feeling.
Right.
You know, and
Well, that's cool.
she's always positive. Like I said, no politics or anything. She's always brings positivity into it.
Well, then she's doing a good thing for the world. I got it. My wife's realizing we don't have any water downstairs, so she's wanting me to go to the supermarket. I think she's not too happy. So
can I go with you?
No, because it's on the. It's yeah, because I've been on here for over almost 5 hours, and I think I'm in a little bit of trouble.
Well, I'd go with you if you let me, though. I'd go with you to the supermarket.
So
maybe privately. Could I go privately? Maybe.
Nah, I gotta go see. I don't even think Aldi's still open. So I gotta ring off and see how she's doing because I've ignored her for 5 hours. So anyway,
Okay.
I'll see you, and I'm gonna end and
say hi to Cleo for me.
I sure will. But anyway,
And thanks to everybody in the chat for support and everything.
Yeah, Zombo, Meyer, everybody has been fun. It's been fun tonight.
Yeah.
It's also getting real hot upstairs too. So it's hot here in Texas.
Yeah,
So,
here too. Here too. I'm gonna take my shirt off after this.
Okay.